mind flayer parasite protects you from the light. I think it prefers you as a pile of ash. So this one, right?
Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun. Just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go?
Should we go?
Chaos you need to unleash here.
No chaos, just some questions.
Gods. All right. What's on your mind?
So about you biting me.
Apologize. What more do you want?
Is it a good sound or a bad sound? Right. No, stay here, baby boy.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lance? I was right there! God! Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
No, because I actually made it out of their Astarian. I'll be more careful.
Sent from above. Lola is complete once more. You deserve a reward. Do you wish Lola to reward you with a song?
Sure, why not?
I was just about to say, sure, why not?
And I dream of your love. You were sent from above, like a soft turtle dove. I wake to the touch of your lips. Your hands on my hips. My heart does backflips. Are you not hypnotized?
Direct me.
Oh no. Ugh. Come on. Ugh. Oh no. Gayola! Alright, well.
I'm a cat, a library, and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry.
I forgot Gayolas have shoes! Alright, they're just gonna hold hands together. They're just gonna hold hands while they die together. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, gamer girl. Oh, push Gale? Oh, too late.
Tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal? Do I smell beef?
Why does she say it like that? Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Hump day. Hi, everybody. Hi. Spades was first. Spades, lesbian, fingers fast. And that's what you need to know about the start of stream. Who was second? Mr. Ware, not first. English, mwah. YBZ, mwah. Mr. Ware, mwah. Leon's Moans, mwah. Nikki, mwah. Shabby, mwah. Chrissy, mwah. New Day, mwah. Dwayne the Ginger, mwah. Thank you so much for the forehead kisses. Hi, everybody. Everyone say hi, Rootsy. Everyone say hi, Spades. Everyone say hi, Leon's Moans. Everyone say hello to the mods, or the mods will just ban you. So I didn't see you stream R6. I'm gonna need you to stream that again. You know what, Oni? I just might. I might, because that was super duper fun. It was so fun, Oni. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Thanks, Shabby! Dwayne, we miss you. I hope you're doing so good. That's all that matters. All that matters to me is how good you are doing. I want to change something really quickly. What? Sorry, I'm changing something really quickly. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Hold on. I messed it up. Karimi keyboard, you like that shit? You like that shit? Okay. Cool. That's good pin, yeah? Good pin? Sorry, lesbian fingers had to go. Whoa! I'm gonna be in and out straight for a bit, take care of a nutless crowd. Oh, Mr. Crowley. Oh, poor baby. Oh, have fun with that. Sushi guy. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Should I go pump some weights before a DBD? Yes. Yes, you should. I moved out of the city and I've been all over the place. I'm just happy to be here. Are you happy with the move? Good move? Bad move? Lateral move? Well, congrats on the move. Hope you're doing a very, very, very well. Canary. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, not the kitty too. Oh, how is your kitty doing? What's your cat's name again, Shabby? I forgot. And the cone we got doesn't fit. Oh, is it too big? I bet it's too big because he's a small boy. Sushi Kai, thank you for the 105 stream shrink. What the fudge? That's like at least like 6 streams. That's a lot. That's a lot of streams. Whoa! 105 streams for you to realize that you guys are like, fuck this first streamer. I shouldn't watch them anymore. And yet you're still here. So I was gonna see if our local feed store has one. Oh man, but he's such a tiny boy. Yeah, at least like 6 or 7 streams. No, but it was needed. Okay, well at least it's over with now, right? When we take his cone out for food, my mom let him out of her sight again. But my mom let him out of her sight again. But guys, I'm sure he'll be fine. I hope so. What's your cat's name again, Chevy? I don't remember. I'm a bad friend. Salem! I knew that. I pay attention. Fruitsy! Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissies. It's a black cat. Aren't they both black cats? Crowley is all black, no? Does Crowley have any, like, white tufts on him? Because Midnight has that, like that one little, like, white triangle on her chest. I don't remember seeing any white on Crowley, though. Butterfinger, shut up. I think naming animals after food or naming them after people names is so fun. With little tufts here and there, tufts of white. He has a very tiny patch on his chest and a small patch on his tum-tum. Oh, I bet they're going to get bigger as he gets older. It's so cute! Oh, Radio Tummy, how cute! Oh, why? Oh no, not shaving his butt. Ah, that's a chocolate starfish. Gender fluid druid. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Jinx? Hi, Escape. Escape, thank you for the 30 stream streak. What the heck? Open an Alice in Wonderland themed cafe. What? The Mad Rose. Shut the front door. That sounds sick. You're gonna open that? I'm not even gonna pretend to know how that works, but that sounds amazing. That sounds so dope and needed. Nobody lays the finger. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's awesome. Escape. Mwah. Jinx. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. 57! Can we get like 10 more today so we could be like, ha 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 ha. And we need, what? 90, however many more to 150? Oh, I forgot to tweet this out, man. I was gonna make this my going live tweet. I forgot. I'm 33 followers away from 24,000 followers. Which is pretty heckin' cool. Shutting the front door? Yeah. I forgot. I know! 24,000 peeps and poops. Isn't that insane? 9 days through HRT. How are you feeling? I wish I could count that high. 1, 2, 6, 7. Supernova. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope so too, Gender Fluid Druid. I can't imagine, like, there's not a clientele for that. Because that sounds like something that you'd see, like, on BuzzFeed or, like, the internet. Like, check out this Alice in Wonderland themed cafe. And I don't know if there are any that exist. I'm sure you would know if there are any that exist. I would assume that they don't, since you're gonna do one. But that is such an appropriate theme for a cafe. Like, Alice in Wonderland is such an appropriate theme. That's awesome. Kid is a button. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. 1, 2, 6, 7. I'm gonna add the same 6, 7 command that I added another chat mod for. Wait, what is it? What is it? 115! Damn. Leon's Moans saw Sushi Guy's stream streak and said, hold my beer. Thank you so much for the 115 stream streak. I don't think it's gonna be a good one, Sushi Guy, if Rootsy has that emote. And it's Rootsy, I don't think it's gonna be a good command. Yeah, there it is. Ah, that's funny. That's really funny. Are we counted? That would be really funny. I don't know. Do you think anyone would be offended by that, Rootsy? Also, mazel tov on your pee-pee. You officially have the biggest penis of the day, Shabby, at 10. You hope so? You are so funny, Rootsy. Stop. Well, do you think anyone would be offended? She's like, shit, I hope so. 63! Oh. Oh. Well, at least you have the smallest pee-pee of the day. Mazel tov on the huge hog, Sushi Guy. So 63 is the penis to beat. Fast fingies, tiny pee-pee. That's the duality of it, though. Yeah. That's the duality of it. You're gonna have really good fingers, but, you know, at least you know how to use them, right? 26% bratty? Yeah, you're gonna have to re-roll that. That ain't right. We're gonna have to make a Leon's Moans brat command. Like how War has his giant PP one. 27? 22? 6? That ain't 63 or higher. The highest is 69 for the PP. Ooh, big brat. A terrible. Oop. Ooh, 59. Close. Close. Second biggest PP. How does it mine is? If mine's 1 inches, I'm ending stream. Oh, thank God. I really didn't want to end stream. I really was like, please God, I don't want to end stream. Lifting milk with them? I feel like there's a joke there. Or you're talking about like milk bags or cartons. I don't know. I don't know what everyone has where they live. Milk comes in bags, cartons. What else did milk possibly come in? Glass bottles. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. Thank you so much. Oh, boobs. Yeah, the milk does come in boobies. That's true. Like your Rootsy. Rootsy, I love whatever you've had today. I want what you've had. Jugs. Plastic ones? Ah. Rootsy went all in on that. But Jake, seriously, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. 6 boobs. Where? It's Shredder. Where? You had a day off work? Oh, I love that for you. Or you're not because you're sick, right? It's just because of Crowley. All right, I shuffled this 67 times. Who pulled this escape? Ooh. Oh, thank you, Leon's Moans. We have the Page of Wands. And reversed. You feel the rumblings of creative energy, but have no idea how to turn it into action. Look for alternative ways to express your vision. Don't let anxiety and indecisiveness weigh you down. You might be procrastinating. You might be procrastinating. You might be like feeling like a lack of sense of direction. Lack of inspiration. Like it's you know what you need to do and you know what you want to do. You just gotta do it. Because you're just putting it off too much. And heck you, whoever pulled that. Because I know who I am. I know. Oh, that was definitely for me too. Man, I am such a procrastinator. I really am. I can leave if you want. No, don't leave me. Do you guys like the 6-7 command that Rootsy made for us? Ooh, Jinx, what do you think that means for us? Or you? What does that mean for you? Do you guys want me to open some Pokemon cards? Oh shit, I gotta text my brother. to me, baby. I'll be making that command go hi. Now, wait, Rootsy, does it go off every time someone types 6'7" in chat? Like, say there's a 67-inch PP. Will it go up? No. Can we? Like, anytime someone says, 6'7", can we? Like how like, when it says, like, R.I.P., like, rest in peace, you say, R.I.P. IP. Or rest in peace and peace. You know what I mean? You can look, yeah. Thanks. It's just, what is it called? Actually, I might be able to do it. Hold on. Advanced settings. Okay. Command keywords is just 6'7", right? Isn't that it? Someone's just say the word 67. 6'7". Hi, little god. Hi, Kyle. Kyle. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, Sushi Guy, I knew you were gonna do that, you little fucking brat. Oh, did I hit save? Oh, I may not have hit save. No, this one is no exclamation. Oh, it's user level VIP. Hold on, let me do it to, everyone. It was just for VIPs. Hold on. Now do it. Hi, Kels! Yeah, there it is! Thanks, Seth! Okay, cool. So that worked! That worked! Ah, there it is. Thank you. Cool, it worked. Awesome! Oh, I see. Should I do a cooldown? User cooldown, global cooldown? Okay. There is a global cooldown of 20 seconds, it looks like. We'll see if that works. Alright, hold on. What's happening? Keenan, mwah. Kyle, mwah. Little Gon, mwah. Little Gon, thank you for the 10 stream streak. My quinge is being censored. Never. Also, thank you for the shout out for Kitty Cat Cows. Cows, I love you. And I'm gonna say it's a hate crime for AAPI month. I agree. Everyone should go follow Kels for consolation. I didn't know you were doing it too. Oh, really? Okay, well, I won't touch it if you want to adjust it. Only the VIP. Yeah, only VIPs up are cringe. That's funny, Dwayne. Somebody ban Dwayne. Also, Kyle, I was thinking about your Pokemon card that I got you the other day, and I didn't like how we only had, like, 4 people in year 5. Hi, Rockdown! Everyone say hello to my brother. I didn't like how we already had a double, and so I was looking through the cards, and I picked this one for you, Zacian, because he's got a giant sword in his mouth because of your 67-second timeouts. So, I wanted to do a different card for you. Not that I have anything wrong with Giraffe Rig. I was like, I was thinking about it, because when I did it, I was like, already a double? We only have had 4 so far, so I wanted to change it. No, thank you! For 16 months of being subscribed. Oh, my binder. Oh, no! Oh, she's making a mess. Oh, my sticker books! Okay. Everyone say hello to my brother. Rock Dude's here for the Pokemon. Thanks to the glizzies, guys. Do you want some cute Pokemon things? You don't have to send me anything. I'll cry. Don't talk to me, stranger. Shut up, Rock Dude. Oh my god. Good luck getting the stream because I don't even know when it'll be. Well, that's alright. We can hope and pray. Everyone say Glizzy because my brother's here. I am the one who stranges. Really? Well, Kels. Well, now I want it even more, but, like, also, like, no pressure. You don't have to, because that sounds lovely. Ugh. Thanks for the glizzies, guys. Oh my god! Yeah, I would love that. Oh my god, and I'll have my dogs, like, sniff the box when it comes in. That's so funny. Yeah, oh, this is the first starter box. And so I need, here, I'll show you guys. I brought my big fudging binder down here. That's all my top loaders in there. I only need one more set. We'll see about that, Raccoon. What are you going to trade me for it? I only need one more set to complete the first starters. Ugh. So I've only opened 2 boxes, and I've gotten the Kanto and whatever this generation starters is. So I got Litten and Rowlet and Poplio. Oh, that's only if I don't get it, Rock Dude. What if in one of these 2 boxes I get this one? Can I lick the cards? Not these cards. Hell no. Because this one. So, Rock Dude, did you see that people discovered that the Bulbasaur card has a hidden Pikachu in the background? Yeah. So, there's no way I'll be able to show you guys it, but there's a hidden Pikachu in the background of Bulbasaur. Yeah. And so, this set is only going to get, like, more expensive now. Oy, jamoy. So, well, I'm going to open up first starter. Let's see what we got. I either need the second of the 3, or I'll get Kanto for my brother. Your tongue pierced away! Are you going to go to the Comic-Con? Are you going to dress up? Hi, Panda Monster! Panda Monster, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh yeah, yeah, my brother is the one who taught me, Rock Dude, is the one who taught me that, you can't use D-ring binders anymore, and so he showed me, like, these new fancy binders. I was like, okay. Unwashed weeb? How would you know? Oh, yes! So they're only supposed to be around, it's supposed to be around for, like, a year. Kels, I'm trying to get, my brother and, sister-in-law to go. But they're like, oh, it's gonna be here for a year. And it's like, I want to go sooner rather than later. I don't want to wait until the end, you know? Yeah, I want to go see the Field Museum. So bad, you know? God, I want to go. Are you really? Kels, let me know. Drive your own Asner. No, I'm scared. I want to go with somebody. I don't want to go alone. Yes, I love crop tops. Loyal son, mwah. Marshmallow, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I'll come pick you up. You want to drive to the city? How about a train? Being in public alone is scary. It really is. Matt could be our super. Oh, you're gonna get Matt to go too, as he should. He can carry all of our stuff. I'm joking. I'm joking. I gotta drive there from Michigan, then park at my house, and then we'll take the train together. Pix Pro procrastinating, right? Alright, let's open up the first starter first. Also, Cool Cam. Mwah. Nikki. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Wait, Shabby, where are you gonna be? I can wear the crop tops again. Ha! Who's stopping you? Oh, I'm so nervous. Guys, who do you think it's gonna be? Alright, code card for my brother. Oh, guys, do we like it? Is it good? Do we like it? I'm not looking. Are we happy about this or are we not happy about this? Do you guys see Pokemon cards? Agumon? Oh! Oh! Oh, okay, so it's already the ones I already have. Damn. Oh, boo. Tomato. Well, now I have to open the other pack. I was really hoping that I would get the set that I needed, so that I could keep this one sealed. Now I'm sad. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. If this box is another one of these, I'm gonna be so sad. Yeah, my brother needs the Kanto ones, the original starters. Man, I really wanted to keep this sealed. I'm so sad. Peanut butter and banana sandwich. Good girl. You're such a good girl. See that girl. More stickers. Yippee. Man, I'm so bummed. I want to keep them sealed. Gabe Treats, you want, Oh, it's going to be dog. Jasper was here earlier. A couple hours ago. Oh. Man, I didn't even say the... Did I say the T word? I don't think I said the T word. Charlie's such a fatty. Move. Alright. Be that guy. Lily. Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. Lily, I'm doing so good. Guys, can you guys bless this pack for me? Do you guys mind if you could just all, oh my god. I just looked at the mod chat. Do you guys mind if you just like all collectively bless this? Okay, Hawktua, thank you. Bless, thank you. We got a little bit of a duality of blesses there. Blessings, licking, licks. Okay, we're all licking it and spitting on it. Cool. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, so it better be good. You farted on it? Ew. And everyone's licking it. Ew. Some moon cards. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Alright, let's see. Code card. Alright. Oh, please let it be Kanto or the other ones. If it's the same set, I'm gonna be so mad. Yes! Oh, yes! Oh, heck you, Rock Dude! I got my set! Yes! 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 I've completed it. So now I have the Kanto set, the Puplio, Litten, Rowlet set, and now Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup. Yippee! Oh, man, I'm so sad that my brother doesn't have all the Pokemon cards. Oh, so sad. Man, I wish I opened that box first! Fudge, because then I would have had a sealed... Man! If only I opened that box first, then I would have had a sealed box instead. Well, thanks for all the licking, guys. That helped. Magical check. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Everyone say, hi, everyone! Everyone just wave to each other. Oh, I'm so happy. All right, now stay away. They're not sleeved yet, and I don't want your slime all over them. Sorry, Rock Dude. So cute. I'm so happy. Yippee! Cool. Well, if I get any more Rock Dude, I'll try to get... of course, I'm going to try to keep getting the Kanto starters for you, of course. I was really hoping that one box would be Kanto and one would be this one, but... C'est la vie. It was Shabby's fart that did it. Cool, okay. You know what? Hey, you know what? Whatever works. The system works. The system works. Can I lick the binder? No. Oh, you said treats. Okay. And then we'll open up some more Pokemon cards. Oh, did I say the T word? Would you like a treat? You don't like these treats. You're not going to eat it. No. Did you hear that slap, Charlie? You're not going to eat this. You don't like these treats. Oh! Yay! Oh! Yippee! Good doggy. Don't leave that there. Okay. Good boy. Oh, you make me so happy, Chocho. You better eat the other piece, because that's a really wet piece, and I'm not picking that up. Oh, good boy. Please. Ugh. Yucky. Cat or dog? Oh, that's true. The thing is, Charlie's part Malinois, so he's just smart as hell. Only when he wants to be, though. So cute. Really? I used to be really into Pokemon Sleep. Like, we had a channel of it in the Discord, and for me, I uninstalled it because it was just too much for me to do. Because it just took so long, and I'm like, I'm such an impatient person, and God, it took so long to, like, catch all the Pokemon, and click on all the Pokemon, and use all my berries, and I was just like, just show me what my sleep was, and let me look at the cute Pokemon, alright? Like, I don't know, it just took too long, so I uninstalled it. Do you guys want to open up, what, 2 more packs? What do you guys think? I have Phantasmal Flames and Mega Evolution from the first partners, and then I also have Journey Together and Destined Rivals from some packs I got. Oh, yes? Okay. Put 1, 2, or 3 in chat. Put a 1, 2, or 3. I'm not gonna tell you what's what. 4. Ooh, I just got a headache. Ooh. 1, 3, 6, 7. Oh, the command didn't go off. You guys are so obnoxious. 1 through 3. All right. Well, I guess 1, 1 because only 2 people voted for 1. Oh, there it is! Oh, it was the command. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me refresh and see if I can adjust it. Okay, yeah. Okay. The command keywords is gone. Okay, so I'm gonna put that back on. There we go. We're cringe. Alright, so now it should trigger with the, just saying it. Also, what was I gonna say? There it is. W, yeah. Good for you guys. What was I gonna say? Oh, we're gonna open up a pack of Mega Evolution. Because that, yeah, because people said 1. Okay. Ugh, I hate it here. Hi, Mama J! Are you guys gonna kiss this pack or not? Who wants to kiss it, lick it, fart on it, whatever? Am I gonna get lucky here? I don't even know what the chase cards on here are with here. I don't know. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Also, Mama J. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Shabby, go! Poof. Thank you. Alright. Oh, I just saw the first Pokemon. I just got really excited about that one. Where am I putting my wrappers? Oh, they're there. Okay. Code card for my brother. Alright, you guys ready? Oh, energy card. Whoop. Water. Guys, everyone hydrate. Hydrate or die straight. You guys know the rules. Boba. Moon Quartz, it's meant to be. This is Moon's favorite Pokemon. Wooder. Hi, Raven. Everyone say hello to our Raven or your band. Riolu. Nickit. Good evening, Dandy. Iron Defender. Yeah, start chugging water, guys. Soul Rock. Shuckle. Boss's orders. Me saying you guys to go say hello to the mods. Bulbasaur! Oh my god, times 2, times 2. And Dialga. That's the last one, right? And Dialga. I'm not gonna lie, getting double Bulbasaur is pretty heckin' cool. I'm not gonna lie. Getting double Bulbasaur? Whoa, whoever's on that boss's order card is something else. Ugh. I like that. Isn't that shabby? Focus. There they are. You like that? Is that what you're into? Guys, here's Shabby's type. I'm joking. Really? Which rainbow rare trainer do you have? Which one? Alright, do you guys want to open up one more? Phoebe! I don't even know who that is. We can do one more. Hi, handsome. We'll do one more. 2 or 3. Oh! Pokemon channel. Oh, Battle Styles? No one liked that, that one, but I like that one. Oh! So cute! Jinx's friend painted this for them. So cute, what the fudge? Yeah, let's go Pokemon! So cute. Oh, did you guys see what I posted in the Discord yesterday? Someone drew Gyarados, but it's like Magikarp shaped. So that's the Pokemon channel in the Discord. So funny. So funny. Also, Dragon Set Ablaze. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, if you're curious what that pack was that we opened, that was just Mega Evolution. You guys are saying 3. 3 was Destined Rivals. 2 was Phantasmal Flames. So open up a pack of Destined Rivals. And let's see, can we get the Mewtwo? Do you guys want to bless this pack too? Because I did open the pack before we blessed it last time. So let's see if we can bless this. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Licky. Any poofs? There we go. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Alright, so this is Destined Rivals. I got them from... Oh my god, you guys want to hear a funny story? So my brother and I are like in a Pokemon Discord that like tells you when things drop or whatever, so you can like know, or have a better idea of when things drop. It's not a perfect system, but it does help a lot when we're like chasing Pokemon cards. And in the Discord we got pings like, oh hey, check your local Walgreens, you might have some Pokemon tins in your local Walgreens. And so there was one at my local Walgreens, and then I texted my brother and I said, hey, look at yours. And he went to one that was kind of close to my house. And then we kept looking, and there was another one, like, I don't know, like 20 minutes away. And he's like, I'm going. And I said, oh, look, it's so pretty. And he's like, I'm going. And I was like, I don't want to go. It's 20 minutes away. And he just like bullied me. And so I go. So we meet each other at the Walgreens. So we meet each other at Walgreens, and they not only do they have the tins that we like ordered for pickup, because we could only order 2 tins for pickup, they had an entire case of tins, 6 tins in a case. They had 6 tins in a case for each of us. So we each got our pickups that we ordered, and we each got a case each. Oh my god, it was like heaven. Oh my god, it was the coolest thing ever. It's the most Pokemon cards I've gotten. Also, I might have to stop getting Pokemon cards soon because I checked my bank account. Uh-oh, she's in credit card debt. Uh-oh, she's spending money because she's depressed. Uh-oh, she won't focus her camera. So, I might have to start. Hey. Chill. I don't want to hold it this close. Please focus. Oh, I might have to stop buying Pokemon cards. Liepard. Oh, so pretty. We've gotten some really cute cards in this. What the fudgies? Swellow. I love Swellow. Mad Cargo. Very cute. I really liked the Liepard and the Melodic, and then who else did I really like? Oh, the Pichu. I really like these cards from the pack. Yeah, it's really bad. It's 2026, we're all in debt. Yeah, but it's the point where, like, if I were to have, like, a dog or something.
Good evening.
I'm gonna be screwed. Duncan, thank you for the 22 buns. Can I get 22 W's in chat? Also, guess who's here? Happy to have you here. I'm joking. Duncan, thank you for the 22 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Wait, hold on. What is that server? Oh, the Pokemon one? I can message you. I dropped my Phoebe. Oh, let me look. Oh, thanks, Duncan! No, you. Nar, you. Oh, wrong channel. Oh, right channel. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, you have the button. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, we even had a Pokemon Sleep channel where people, like, put all their, like, friend codes in there. Oh, this is so cute. Here's the Mama J's Phoebe card. So pretty. So I love the rainbow rares. I don't know if... Okay, so this binder is my top loader binder. And I wouldn't say my best stuff is in here. It's just whatever's in the top loader's in here. But, I do have... Oh, thanks, Sushi Kai! Oh, thank you, Shabby. I do have, like, a couple Charizard pages. Oh my god. But I have a couple more Charizards in my other one. So I have 2 of these rainbow rares. And I have the 1996 one, the Celebrations one, Radiant, whatever. And then I also have 2 of him. Like 6 of him. So yeah, these are like my Charizard pages. But, oh, and then my vintage. But I'm pretty sure, actually, I'll look this way because it might be easier. I'm pretty sure, no. Oh, my breaks. I'm pretty sure I have a rainbow rare somewhere in here. Oh, actually, they might not be in this one. They might be in my other binder. Yeah, these are all my vintage, V's, EXs.
Just a nibble.
What? Just a nibble? Hello? Oh, my trainers. This is kind of heavy. Yeah, I think my rainbow rares are in my other binder. Yeah, that's right. But Dwayne, thank you for the 100 bits! What the heck? Thank you so much! Really? This isn't even my cool binder. I mean, all the vintage cards are pretty cool, but I sold all, like, the really good ones. Back in 2022, where no one gave a fuck about Pokemon, and I took a huge loss. Yippee! Oh, guys, don't be nice to me. I'll start coming! Did you open another Kanto set? Oh, no! I was wondering why you weren't being mean to me. I opened up, the set that I needed. So I opened up my set that I needed, so now I have the complete everything. And I did say that I really wish I'd opened up this pack first, so I could have had a sealed pack. And that I did say, I'm going to try to keep getting first starters to try to find the Kanto one for you. Yeah. So now I have the complete 9 of the first starters of Series 1. Yippee! Oh! Oh, I'm so thirsty. I have, G Fuel to pour. You'll start coming. Hey, it's my brother right there. Hold on. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. So we're gonna, drink this No, not yet, Shabby. Thanks, Rock Dude. I was saying, I really wish I pulled a Kanto set and the Piplup set. I really wish I'd pulled both of those so that we could have both have had complete sets, but I'll keep looking. No worry. But I'm wearing my G Fuel. No, you're good, Chevy. I'm wearing my G Fuel Ghostface shirt, and we're gonna try the brand new Ghostface one. This is not the Scream one. This is the Ghostface one. Jump Scare, White Cran Strawberry. So yeah, not to be confused with the new Scream one that's coming out. So Jump Scare, White Cran Strawberry in the 2.0 formula. I know, I'm so excited. And I dressed up for it. Can I get a sniff? Absolutely. I'm very excited. Oh, I also got also did my Ghostface shaker. That with System playing in the background. Oh yeah, you like that? I love System. I like the song. Pepperoni, angry peppers, mushrooms, olive chives. I know that's what. That's not. Was that chicken stew? I think that's chicken stew. But that's like one of my favorite things to say. Whenever someone Scooper, look. Whenever someone brings up System of a Down, I just go pepperoni, angry peppers, mushrooms, olive chives. Wow! Holy! What is that? What is that? That's got to be some cranberry. Because there's something in there that I'm not excited about. And I hate cranberry. White cran strawberry. But it's like... It's giving... Oh, do you want a sniffa? Here we go. It's giving... White Airhead. You know what I mean? What collection is it? There's so many cards now. Oh, wait, what collection is what? The ones I just opened? Actually, so, they actually already sent me a naked tub of this, or they sent me an empty tub of this to do promo for, to take, like, pictures and videos. Oh, here's the shaker that comes with it, too. I just asked for the tub, though, because they already sent me, like, the shaker and everything. Oops, sorry. But I already have the glamour tub for it. I don't know where that is, though. Oh, it's right here. Oh, wait, that's full. Oh, that's the stab stimulant. Oh. I don't know where the glamour tub is, but I technically already do have an empty one. I know, Sushika, I'm so excited. Oh, so the packs that my brother and I were opening are the first starter. Series 1. And Series 2 is coming out, I think, next month. Late this month or late next month. But it's part of the 30th celebration year. So it's got Series 1 on the back. And these are the 6 Pokemon, or I'm so sorry, the 9 Pokemon that you can collect. And each box has 1 pack that you can get of the 3 starters. So technically, you have to get a minimum of 3 in order to collect it. If you're lucky and you get all 3 sets that you need. And they're impossible to get right now. Because of scalpers. I got all mine MSRP, so I'm very proud of that. Stayed up till 4 a.m. Sometimes 6 a.m. trying to get the Target drops. But I got them. Ghostly's your favorite? That was the Sipper style, right? Oh, yeah. I was gonna say all the ones I saw are sold out, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mess trying to get Pokemon cards. You have to get really lucky. Yeah. Oh, is Toxicity? The toxicity of our city. Yeah, that one's good. Peak timing. I have so many Charizards. I have so many. Ooh, wait. I was like, what? And I was like, oh. Alright, so here's our first taste test of Jump Scare White Cran Strawberry 2.0 formula. Oh. I have that effect on women, don't worry. Squirt it all over me. Cheers. Whoa! I did not think I was going to like this. Because I do not like cranberry. But whoa! what is that? Like, obviously, it's white crayon strawberry. But there's something familiar. There's something super familiar about this flavor that I wish I could tell you what it was. It's so good. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is to say, like, the vanilla Fun Dip stick. Like, you know, like the stick that you scoop for Fun Dip. That's my knee-jerk reaction, but I don't think that's it. There's something super familiar about it and so good. I did not think I was gonna like this because I hate cranberry. But every single tub that I have tried that has cranberry in there, like Peep the orange cranberry tub from like years and years and years ago, that was one of my favorites. That one was so good. But I'm really glad I like it because it is Ghostface and it is a 2.0 formula. But this is really good. Very, very good. So, no baggie of white loose powder? No. Maybe. We'll see. Hi, low-key ninja! Thank you so much! My day today has been, like, okay. I had a really great day yesterday. I got to hang out with my dad. Got to hang out with my brother a little bit. Without needing to take out a mortgage. Yeah. Yeah, because scalpers are selling it for, like, so much. It's, like, 800%, like, markup. It's, like... Like, I'll just stay up late trying to catch Target drops or something, or, like, try to get, like, lucky when my dad takes me to Walmart or something, which we did get lucky that one day. We didn't get anything good, but I got something for me, and that's what mattered. Because it was, like, my first time finding Pokemon cards, like, in the wild. Really? Oh, why couldn't you get it as a kid? Loose bags over the place. Oh, must be the mystery flavor. For legal reasons, do not ingest or pick up little loose baggies of white powder that you find on the floor. I have to go pee. I know it's early, but I chugged so much water before stream. I literally was chugging, like I was chugging like a whole, like almost an entire thing of this, like maybe like that much water. I chugged it before stream and was like, I'm gonna have to pee so bad. And now it's here, so I'm gonna go pee really quickly. And you guys wanna play some DBD? Guys, butter up your DBD systems if you guys want to play DBD. I'll be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow! No pal in here. No pal in here. On the right. No pal in here. On the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh. W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go?
Just saw my laundry light
was
go,
on. But this when did I do laundry? Last night. I know I turned off that light too. So I think it's like one of those things where like I didn't turn it down all the way and it just like went back up. Fuck. Man, my electric bill is gonna be so annoying. I hate when I do that. I do that all the time. Oh, also, I grabbed some sleeves and top loaders so I could put these in the binder so you guys can see the whole complete collection. Oh, let me open the game really quickly. The ghost! That's so funny. There you go. Pyro! Mwah! Came in. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, Kiki.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. I did, Pyro. We opened up 4 packs. 2 packs of the first starters, 1 Mega Evolution, and 1 Destined Rivals. And I did complete my first starter collection, so now I have all 9 starters. Yippee. Yep, yep. Oh, Turtwig is so cute. Did you already pee? Yes, I just peed. My electric bill is higher where I'm at now. Is it really? Interesting. I wonder why that is. Jojo, don't yawn at me. Oh, you want to hear food? I had the breast pee ever. I'm gonna have an idea for you. I might have an idea for you for that stuff because I'm the same way and I'm gonna do this for you. Wait, what? Tell me your idea. Let's go. Yeah. I'll show you guys the page. It's gonna be really pretty. Be working remotely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kyle. Daddy! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm gonna open up some DBD and play some 2v8. You get any good hits from the packs you open? Yeah, I'm putting them in the sleeves right now. I'll show you guys in a second. Ellie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. The game is taking its sweet time opening, by the way. Oh, there she is. It's like, oh, there was an update. And I did not open the game after it updated. Okay. Oh, no, you're good, Ginger. You're so good shape. Ugh. I gotta say, this top loader binder is fudging heavy. Heavy. I'm so glad to have this completed now. Oh, she's so pretty. Yahoo. I thought that was a laptop. I want a laptop so badly. You guys have no idea. Because I want a laptop for when I like don't want to sit in my basement. Because my basement makes me sad sometimes. Because you guys know any like my work from home homies, Vault X, not this one. This one's just from Amazon. All my other binders upstairs are Vault X, but I don't think Vault X makes top loader binders, do they? Oh, chill. If they do, I don't have one. I think I have some Vault X binders on my wish list though. Because I am running out of space. I heard today. Oh my god, you got me! YBZ, did you see how excited I got? And then I read the rest of your message. Somebody ban YBZ right now. That was so mean. Literally no you. And if my no you card was in range, I would have said no you to you. Oh, you're so lucky. Whatever. A Nitro laptop? What's a Nitro laptop? All right. Here's the page that we just completed. So I got this in 4 boxes. In 4 boxes of first starters. We got Kanto. I don't know these other gens, but we got the Piplup and the Litten set. So now our first partner, Series 1, is complete. I still am going to try to get another Kanto for my brother until he gets one. But for now, I'm so jelly, and my brother's really jealous too. What's up? Oh my god! Luffy! Oh my god, everyone say hi to Sun God Luffy. I'm saying your name right? I'm not an anime guy. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Dwayne! I gotta get around for work. I miss you. Bye, Dwayne. I got a Nitro. Wait, hold on. You said it was an Acer, right? Is that what you said? I missed your message. I got it! Yes. Alright. Dead by Daylight is frozen. I'm gonna Alt F4 her. And then let's try to reload that. Oh, Luffy, did you see what I got? Hi, Ameladol! Luffy, mwah, Ameladol, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. I just completed my first starters. Yippee! I'm so fucking excited. An Acer Nitro laptop. Hell yeah. My sister's going to a card show. I've never been to a card show. I want to go. Oh, really? They're giving her the gold Charizard. No way! I haven't really gotten my hands on any Ascended Heroes. I've gotten a couple packs. I don't know from where. Out of what? But, we opened, I think, like 2 packs on stream. I didn't get shit. A 5080 GPU? What the heck? This lag normal or just me? I'm not laggy right now, but my game was making me drop some frames for a second. DBD had an update today. Permission to flood your P.O. box? Wait, my P.O. box with what? With Ascended Rivals? Ginger, you should keep that for yourself. That shit's like liquid gold right now. But if anyone has any sleeves, if anyone has any Pokemon sleeves, do you guys, oh my god, do you guys want to take a break from DBD really quickly and see the rest? Oh my god, do you guys want to see my Pokemon stuff? Oh, really, Pyro? Okay, well, maybe we can spend a little bit more time with Pokemon. Yes? Okay. Twist my arm. 600 sleeves? All right, let me show you. Well, no, Ginger, I think you saw my Twitter post. All right. Well, let me go grab that binder. Here. No. Okay, I tried. I'll be right back. I did not anticipate this becoming a Pokemon show and tell stream. I'm not okay with it. Cat or dog, Panda Monster. True Shinobi! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, holy sleeves. Did you yell it? Girl. Necromorph? Thank you so much for the 15 bits! What the hecky? Thank you so much. What the heck? Ghost Loops. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, no one make fun of me for what binder this is. I love Perfect Order. I love Clefable. She's my favorite Pokemon. But here's my sleeve collection. And if anyone has any sleeves that they don't want, let me know. I'll take them. Because I want to collect them all. Look at how pretty they are. Holy Champion's Path. I have like a million of these. Oh no, Darkness Ablaze. That was Champion's Path, I think. And they are in order of like release date or year. Yeah, I don't have ETBs of these or that. I don't have ETBs of any of these except for this. So this was given to me by my brother. My brother gave me a bunch of sleeves. Oh yeah, so DBD wasn't opening for me, so I'm doing more Pokemon for right now. But yes. Did you really? 15 to 20 that you don't have? Oh, so sleeves are like, here. So I just put energy cards into mine. So they're like the sleeves that you put them in to protect the cards. So you protect them from like scratching or whatever. Oh, it's no big deal. It happens all the time for me, Spades. I see. Yeah. Each ETB, Elite Trainer box, comes with, what, 60 sleeves? And that's what the patterns are. And then some sleeves I bought separately, like Ray Narvaez Jr. This one I bought from the Pokemon Center. Yeah, the 20th anniversary, 25th anniversary, 30th anniversary. There's this really cute pixel Pokemon one that I got from the website, from Pokemon Center. Yeah, that one. I love this one because I like Pixel Pokemon. Branding. Are you Ginger? You don't have to. But I will use every single one of them. My wife says, hello, and you look pretty. What? Oh, well, thank you, Pyrozilla wife. No, you. That's so sweet. What the hecky? What the hecky? Alright, do you guys want to see my good binder? She's a work in progress, so don't judge me. Like my brother judges me because he's a brat. Hi, Vandapants. Don't judge me. She's a work in progress, alright? The first thing I have is this holographic Clefable. You guys remember these from like when you were a kid? And then, of course, she has the Clefairy Clefable page in the front. I'm not going to show you every page. But I'll show you, like, my favorites. Obviously. We just pulled this. I got a perfect order ETB. And last Sunday at family dinner, I had my brother, myself, and my sister-in-law, like, split up the packs to open together. And my brother pulled this. Ah! So, that was exciting. And, of course, we have 1996, 1996. This one's a Japanese one. And then I have more Clefairies. And then I have more Charizards, some extra Clefairies, again, work in progress. But these are just going to be my favorite Pokemon. So I have my Crobats, my Nidokines, my Alchemys, because they're my favorite Pokemon. Alakazam, Gengar, Politoed, which has no fudging Pokemon cards, but first edition. And then Azumarill, Farfetch'd, Shedinja. Actually made my first purchase on TCG Player, getting a Shedinja full art card, so I can't wait to have that in there. Then I have my cat sections. These are all cats. All cats. And then I have my Eevee page, Eeveelution page, because now we start our dog section. More evolutions. More dogs. So it's Ninetales, Vulpix. More dogs. I like cats and dogs, guys. Oh, and now starts our Pikachu. So these are just like all different Pikachus. And then Pikachu full arts. Oh, and then, oh, here's my Rainbow page. Oh, this card is like really expensive, isn't it? Oh, I didn't do the price on that. I think this card is like sells for like $260 raw or something like that. So I have extras of a couple. Oh yeah, this is the second alchemy. The other alchemy's in the front. I have two of the Lapras. Oh, and then my starters. So I have one of each. So Bulba, Ivy, Vino, so on and so forth. So like they're like my favorite of each design of every starter. So I have regulars, and then I'm waiting to do full arts of the evolutions. You know what I mean? This page is almost done. I just need a superior full art. And then more starters. More starters. Oh, Castform! Castform gets her own page because I love Castform so much! Castform makes me so happy. I love this card. This card is so pretty. I damn near died when I pulled that one. I love that card so much. And then these are my gold cards. My other miscellaneous VMAXs. My shinies. And I think that's it. So yeah. What's that shiny Japanese Charizard from? Do I have a shiny Japanese Charizard in here? Oh, I do! Oh, I have two. Those were gifts from a friend. One is Blaine's Charizard. I don't know what this one is. But those were gifts. Dale. Mwah. Tronic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Also, Panda Pants. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Trust me, Pyro. I know. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Pyro. We were talking about scalpers earlier. It's a mess, isn't it? I brought my other binder down here. This one you guys might find boring because it's just all my vintage ones from like the 90s. Yeah, so these are all vintage. So yeah, I don't know. You guys might find this boring. A lot of them are first edition though. Like this entire page is like almost all first edition. It's so cool. My neighbor, yeah, all first edition almost. Yeah, these are all vintage cards. Neo Destiny, Neo Genesis, Neo whatever, Gym Heroes, Gym Leaders, Gym Heroes. Oh, this Tyranitar goes for a decent amount. First edition Tyranitar. These are just all my vintage. Nothing special. Oh, and then, I actually do like this page because this is my, is this my Spanish? What the fuck? Jasper, see, this way no one likes you. Oh, it's my German. It's my German Snorlax, and he's named Relaxo. My brother really wants this card. It's so funny. No. So, do you do trade and buy for the cards? I've never, traded cards. I sold a bunch on eBay in 2022 because I was going to lose my house. And whoever bought cards back then got a really good deal because no one wanted cards in 2022. So I sold them. Like, I sold 2 first edition Lugia from Neo Genesis, which go for about, like, $2,000 now. I sold them for, like, $600, $700 each. So that sucked. But I needed money. But that's the only time I've ever sold them. But yeah, a lot of people do send me, or have sent me Pokemon cards in the past. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Hold on. Awesome boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's your favorite one? Right, the Relaxo? Yeah. If you look up Neo Genesis, first edition Lugia, yeah. Oh, Hollow, obviously. Oh, good! Yeah, Brit's live right now. I was just showing off the rest of my Pokemon card collection. Jasper, stop being the worst cat in the world! Does anybody want a cat? Yeah. I still have a couple of my graded cards that I had from 2022. This is my Pride and Joy, my Red Cheeks base set Pikachu Shadowless. Don't judge him. He is perfect exactly the way he is. And I will never sell this card because I love him so much. So, having the red cheeks was super rare. And this is from the 90s. Yeah, I love him so much. Yup! Hello, lovely! Also, True Shinobi, thank you for the 35 stream streak. Oh, thank you! Thank you, Shinobi. No, you. I'm glad you guys like my collection. I do like my vintage binder. She's got a lot in there. I don't know. This is my favorite binder. With my... Oh, shoot. I gotta put this one back in there. With my Clefairy and all my favorite Pokemon. Well, if anybody has a full art Nidoking, an Alchemy, regular Alchemy, and literally any Politoed card that's not the first edition, what is this one? I think Neo Discovery was this one. If anyone has any other Politoads that's not the Neo Discovery one, let me know. She's looking. And apparently there's no full art Farfetch. There's a full art Galarian Farfetch, but I don't like Galarian Farfetch. I like Farfetch. Red Cheeks base set Pikachu? Yeah. That's really funny. Alright, let's see if DBD will open now. I know something about Red. You guys are so lame. Do you like the melodic card from Surging Sparks? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen it. We did just pull a melodic from Destined Rivals today. Is she so pretty? Focus. Jasper, why are you oh my god. Does anybody want a cat? Does anybody want a cat? Jasper, fuck off. He's such a piece of shit. He's such a piece of shit. Jasper, come here. Come here. Oh, Panda Pants. Was I supposed to give him treats? I'm supposed to reward this bad cat behavior. Is that what you're telling me? Oh, Ginger, you don't have to lie to me. With Yoda's voice, like you're doing... Ow, that was my whole ass finger. Yeah, you can have them. Oh, thank you for not burning me. Are you gonna spin? Spin. 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 Up. Oop. Okay. Sorry. I dropped it. Sorry. Come here. Come here. Alright. To the lowest bidder. Who wants him? Do I hear 1 penny? Do I hear free? Who wants it? Who wants it? Jasper! Who wants it? 5. Jojo. 5 what? 5 high fives? He takes your baby. Here. Come here. Let me do stuff to you. Oh, he's a good boy. I love him. 2 gold doubloons. Shut up, Supernova. And unopened Pokemon cards. I said lowest bidder, not highest bidder. Everybody do the dino dance. Dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. Oh, me too. So I'm allergic to cats and dogs. Tell me why I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Oh, for anyone who hasn't seen, these are the babies. So that's Jasper. That's the fat boy right there. And then Boo is the boy right there. And then Charlie, you guys saw earlier. Midnight, you sometimes see. And Balthazar, you really never see. Holy dino dance, Batman. Hell yeah. Holy. All right, let me see if DBD will open now. I'm allergic to dogs. Yeah, I'm allergic to all of them. It's awesome, but I love them so much, and I can't imagine my life without them. My camera might freeze for a second, but don't worry, it's not you, it's me. Holy dino dance. I'm like the bullshit. Oh my god. Balthazar's only showcased via tattoo. He's been down here, I think, since 2026 started. Maybe like twice. Maybe twice. It is May. Oh, really? And they don't read my freaking profile? That's so annoying. Charlie not having an emo is actually really yucky of me. Yikes. He hates us. Yeah, he doesn't really like people. He doesn't really like my mom when she visits. It's like not against her. It's just like he just doesn't like strangers. Do you want to eat this plastic? Ooh, Jasper, plastic. Oh, you're eating the other plastic. Okay. So he's eating the plastic from my other, Hello? Oh. Hold on. My audio is messed up. Okay. Hello? Oh my god. So the playback in my ears where I hear my voice, yeah, that was like, no, it was for me. I'm explaining right now what happened. The playback in my ears where I have, No, you guys are fine. Your audio was fine. But the playback, no. Shh. Let Pixel explain. Shh. Your audio is fine. Your guys' audio is fine. So I have like my voice that plays back in my ear, and you want this? And oh yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Okay, you go enjoy that. You enjoy that. When the game stuttered at opening it, it made my audio go back like 2 seconds. So I was talking, and my voice was echoing like this, like that. It was, I couldn't do it, so I had to stop my audio. But I had to stop talking because then it hurt my brain. All right, everything should be good now. I don't think we're dropping any more of the frames. Yeah. So you guys should not have heard any naughtiness, but I heard it. Diabolical. DBD time? Yes, sure. Also, hi, Essential Irish Queen. Are you eating your plastic? He is. What a dumb boy. Don't eat plastic, kids.
Lizard.
Oh, did you guys hear that? Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot I'm on Expedition 33. Oh, no, Rainbow Six. No, wait, Spades. Did you report that one person at one time? You know that one time that we were playing DBD the other day? That person that was bragging. So this is the person that was bragging about using exploits. Did you get this? Yeah! Let's go! Fuck that guy! So this is the person that was bragging about using exploits in 2v8 earlier. Yeah! Fuck that! Cool. But you guys heard the lizard though, right? My PC is acting up. Okay, Jasper, you keep acting like a little bitch. I'm gonna find someone else to adopt you. I'm joking. Yeah, your audio's fine. Mama J, I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. I know your audio is fine. I really can't tell if you're just like trolling me right now. You're so cute, Muffin. You're so cute. I want to eat you. I'm gonna eat him. My game is patching. No, you're good. Mama J, I figured, like, I feel like I know you well enough. Like, I know when you're trolling or not. I'm joking. Everyone go tell Spades how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And tell them how deliciously... Who is this? Who is Asumari? Is this you, Spade? You're an dinosaur. Who's Asumari? No, open lobbies say Friday's open lobbies. That's you! Oh, Friday's open lobbies, honey. Sweetheart. Oh, that sounded really condescending. I mean that in like a loving way. No, you're so good, Magical Chick. You're so good. Does anyone have any hacks or cure for the old? Wait, what? Or are spine replacements a thing yet? This panda's back is fucked. The only thing that's helped me, like with my like bodily aches and pains, I'm gonna sound like so gross saying this, is working out. I literally have increased my quality of life ever since doing like those daily workouts. I know. I know. Come here. I want to do stuff to you. Come here. I want to do stuff to you. I'll use you for content. Free belly rubs. Oh, Irish Queen. Do you want cat or dog? Free belly rubs. If you don't like it so much, why are you purring? Mama J, exactly! Either one. All right, chat. Pick a 1 or a 2. You guys can pick. If you don't like it, stop purring. 2? All right. 2 was cat. My treats, bubba. Wait, what do you I got my heating pad on Satan's butt crack setting. That is so funny. Oh yeah, Boo's just like passed out. So cute, dog. Right here. Right here. Right on my leg. That was my whole finger. Girl, at least try. Oh! At least try not to bite my finger. At least try. I need like longer treats. Because these treats, you know, oh, here. This one's doubled up. Okay. Ooh. Oh, you want to spin? Wait, go back down. Go back down. Down. Let's spin. Spin. Up. There you go. Yeah, the bigger ones are nice because you can't find my finger. I also do want to say, I know I joke about giving rid of my cat. I love this cat so much. I have him tattooed on my arm. I love him so much. I just like to be funny. Stop eating my finger! Does anyone want him? 151 kisses, Haku. Mwah. Enjoy the kissy. Spades, are you updating your game, right? Want your bad romance? Get a prong? Wait, what's that? I threw my back out sitting up once. The donut is donuting. You're talking about food. It's so cute. Also, Kyle, thank you so much for shouting out Spades. How long is 2v8 going for again? Ooh, 5 more days. Launching out. Okay, no problem. Like a little prongy thingy, tong. Oh, like a. Oh, like my sticker, like the sticker book thing. Oh, what if I use these from the sticker books? Because I have 2. Oh my god, stop. I could use one of these for the sticker books, use one of these for the cat treats. That's funny. Oh, label one of them? That's so funny. Never, he just aggressively meows at me like, give over the treats. Really? Balthazar's a yeller. He yells at me. Jasper yells too, but not on stream. Which is so annoying because, like, no one will ever believe me that he's a yeller. No, he actually, you guys know, if Mira would hear, Mira would, corroborate my claim. Because you guys hear all the time because you have, Pix yell. That's Jasper's emote. I literally made that emote, or I had that emote commissioned because this cat screams at me all the time. Yeah, Mira knows. Mira would corroborate. Angry Jasper picks us. Yeah, those are all Jasper. That's so funny. Your Jasper screams at you too. It's gotta be the Jasper name. Well, your cat's a long hair too, no? My corgi yells at me. Really? That is so cute. Okay, now I'm gonna go through some corgi sounds. You let me know when I'm close. You let me know when I'm close to the sound that your corgi makes. Alright, 1, 2, 3, or 4. There it is. Oh, was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Because Boo's a... Oh, like a... Really? Boo will do that. Boo will do that, but he also does that pit bull thing where he just like... Oh my god, so cute. I love it. Huffs at you. Boo will do that sometimes too. Sounds like a Frenchie? No, what sounds like a Frenchie is... That's a Frenchie. That's a Frenchie. Oh my god, DBD is fucking my PC! Well, at least someone's getting action right now. Okay, I actually might restart my PC. Or, I'm sorry, restart my game. Because if DBD does this every single time we load into a game, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I'm literally gonna have an aneurysm if DBD does this every single game like they did last time. Because they did this last time. Actually, hold on, let me check something. No! Oh, no, I'm always on high. I'm still freaking out, though. Also, Cassidy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, she's getting better. I don't know. I don't know what. DBD does this after every single update. But, like, only recently. Alright, we should be good now. Audio's fine? Yeah. Yeah. What's a prowler? Yeah, that was DBD, not me. It was not me, it was not you, it was not Twitch, it was all DBD. Well, also my shit PC probably doesn't help, but... Oh, it has to be a ghost face because someone just got grabbed. Actually, I gotta turn the game audio down, right? Yeah. Whoa! Wait, what did I do? Oh, shit! That's right. Look at him! He's so proud of himself. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. He could get me from over here. He could get me from over these rocks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice. Loki! Loki, mwah. Mayor Scambit, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Spirit? That was the other one? Oh. What are we doing? Let me open up. Oh, Guns are for losers. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Let me open up my, my Twitch on my phone so I can keep up with chat. Hold on. Okay. Wait, hold on. There you are, Peter. Hey! Oh, watch out! I feel like this slinger might have like a slight little crush on me, so I'm gonna like not try to get a flashlight save. But you, whoever you are, can run my ass. Thank you. As a new follower, I don't mind at all. No, thank you, Irish Gambit. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the follow and the kissy. We gotta go, homie. Oh, thank you for that, love bug. I'm so scared. I'm so fudging scared right now. I do think they both want me. It looks like that. Yeah. Yeah, they both want me. Because she left Leon to chase me. Because I just got off hook. So, and the nodders earlier, I think they want a little something. Hold on, I'm missing people's chats, hold on. Remy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss you. Everyone say hi, Salted Loki! So, it's Loki, just joined us, everyone say hello, Loki. Thank you, Shabby. Sunny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Also, Spades, thank you for the lag command. If anyone's behind on chat, just press pause and then play again. And that should fix your lag. I just want to live. Is that too much to ask? I want to live. Ooh, I want to survive for one game. Oh. Oh, wait, we gotta go. We gotta go. He did see me, though. He might go for me. Yeah, he's looking for me. Oh, it's a shock of absolutely nobody. Shabby, if I could have you take chase or hit, that'd be so hot, but also not needed. Not necessary. Thank you, Shabby. You're so hot and tall and talented. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the caker, yeah. Any hits of the cards? Yes, I got, so I opened up my first partner cards, and I now have the complete first partner 9 cards. I gotta snooze that. Hold on, I forgot to play an ad during the lobby. Thank you, lovely. So I now have all 9 cards from the, oh man. I now have all 9 cards from the first partner set. Yippee! And it only took me 4 boxes, which is pretty cool. Whoa! How did you know I was there? I didn't even know he was there. I actually literally had no idea he was there. That's so funny. He's probably calling his friend over, no? Right? He's probably calling the spirit over. To help. Drop that right away. Nice. Okay. Man. This guy isn't giving me a chance to do nothing. Holy. Oh, does one of them have shadow? That's why I didn't know. Ah! That's why I didn't know. Why does he only want me? Oh, now the spirit's here. Oh, okay. She doesn't know I'm behind him. Okay, go. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, wait, hold on. He does have shadow. Yeah, there it is. This is so, oh, yes! Oh, Spades is right here. Oh, but Ada knows. Damn. Oh my god. Oh, oh no! Damn, they know! Oh! Oh no! Shabby had that! Oh! You know I did absolutely nothing that game, right, Shinobi? You're so funny. Oh, 100%. No, but it's alright. It's my first game on. We were just, warming up. I didn't get to play that game at all, though. I don't think I touched a jet at all. Objective points. Ooh! 1,000 objective points. Yes, sir. That's right. First game on. GG's. You're very sweet, though, Shinobi. Also, Guns are for losers. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Hi, Kaya. Hi, Music Kid. I think I'm gonna restart my game if you guys don't mind. I'm gonna Alt F4. I'm gonna restart my game. Wait, hold on. No, I know Mira came in too. Mira, mwah. Maximus, mwah. Kaya, mwah. Sorry, I'm scrolling up on chat now. Everyone say hi, Mira! I love the Kaker events. I love doing it for 2v8. Because it confuses so many, like, new players. It's so funny. Think of a shout out for music, kid! No, you're so good. Hey, Cindy, I'm on TV. I want to give a shout out to all my friends. I cannot wait for the new scary movie. It takes Kayo. Always on Jen, barely getting chased. Oh, I would love that. I would love that, Shinobi. Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys like the clicky clacky. I know you guys don't care when when I'm in the mod chat because I know you guys are just like, ooh, clicky. Yeah, I would do a bit too much to get my hands on Piplup. Oh, yeah, that's the one that I just got today, Irish Gambit. So this is the one that I now have a double of. So, this is my first double set. But I just got the Piplup today. How about I launch DBD in spades and I always make the end game? You're so good. I would love to have you join if you'd like to. Oh, I missed the first one. Or the first time. Oh, really? Oh, we love penguins. One of my mods is named Bravo Penguin. Thanks, Shinobi! Shinobi, enjoy the rest of your evening. Also, Music Kid, I'm having a pretty decent day today, I'd like to think. I'm gonna reopen Dead by Daylight. It might stutter the stream again. I don't know. Dead by Daylight is doing some weird things. Bum-bum. The heat of the moment. Na, 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 na. Oh, I want to play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. Yippee! Alright. Third time opening the game. Let's see how that goes. It's Tuesday, is it? Guns, we know! Enjoy. Coral, I think of Supernatural when I hear this song. Does someone want to do one of those whisper things? Was it like one of those like you click on the name and it says like whisper warning thing? Yeah. If someone wants to, or we can wait for the other person to address it because that person doesn't know that it's an issue. Or not an issue, but a thing. Whatever the mods think are whatever the mods think is breast. Not it! You're so funny. Winchester Pendragon. Alright, well, are we gonna not use our Twitch shirts today? I feel like we should not use our Twitch shirts today because that was our first game. Shit. What if we play, who usually gives me good luck? Was it Ellen? Or Rain, technically? Italian hard. Who is? Henatu. Alright. ASMR? Who's ready? Oh, sorry I did leave the game, guys. Or close the game. I just wanted to restart my game. I got you, Chevy. Sorry. Oh, I've only played 2 games. Really? And it's you would think it's like, oh, well, it's rank resweat, but it's 2v8. There is no rank in 2v8. You are such a cute... Me? No, you. Why me? Dun, dun, dun. I'm learning it without Twitch shirt, so we'll see if that makes a difference. Also, I'm really hoping that me restarting the game will make the game not like have a seizure, like a grand mal seizure loading in, but we'll see. Do 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 do.
Help is on the way, dear!
Huh?
Help is on the way!
What the hell? Oh, so sorry. 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 Oh my god, I can't even type in chat. Hold on. I gotta do it on my phone. I literally have to type on my phone. My game's freaking out. Sorry, DBD makes my PC freak out. Oh, hello, freak. Oh, hello. Freak out. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh man, I hope you guys can see that. Oh my god, my PC is freaking out. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hello, hello, hello. You see me? Hi, Jenny. I'm so sorry. And every time, oh my gosh, every time DBD has a slightly little update, my PC freaks out every time I load into a game, which is so strange, no? But thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hold on, I'm gonna say hello, everybody. Everyone say hi, Jenny! What's up, Dawn Yeet Van? Welcome in, Raiders. What were you up to? What were you playing? Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing some DBD 2v8 because it is my favorite game mode ever. Wait. Okay, good. Okay, good, God. Because I would have messed up that chase. Playing 2v8 because it's my favorite game mode ever because I love it so much. How was your stream? Also, Capricorn. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome. Oh, it's oh god. Oh god. I'm so bad against Weskers. I gotta go. I gotta go, chat. No way. I haven't played Assassin's Creed Valhalla since 2020. That game was so much fun. Burke and Wesker. Oh, I see. We gotta save Spades. Whoa, whoa. Take her, not me. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. I love Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I never finished it, though. Have you finished it before? I've never finished it before. I'm so lame. Reset your PC. Do your thing, man. I've been having some PC issues today. And Apex Legends. I think Apex is the game I played. I've only played... Apex once? Apex is free to play, right? Because if it is, then I think I've only played that once. And it was with Music Kid and Delicate. And I had so much fun, but don't ask me, like, who I played as or what I did. I just remembered it was fun. Now your first playthrough! Yeah! Jemmy! Yes! Oh my god! If I were to pick it up again, it would be my playthrough from 2020. That's so funny. Oh, I love that, though. I hope you had the best stream ever. Everybody go follow Jemmy. Jemmy, please make sure that you get all of your post-stream stuff. Make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. No, 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 no! Okay, so what happened there was I'm just trying to get in... Oh, yeah, Sable. Sable! Oh! Sable just had me for the back. Like, you know, she was like... She had it just in case Spades didn't, which Spades would never not have it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was Spades. That was Spades system. Also, hi, Vato. Vato, happy Wednesday! It's Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday, my dudes. Also, Jemmy, don't make me keep you. If you and any of your friends need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We were opening up some Pokemon cards earlier. I didn't get anything, like, super duper good, but I did get, some first partner. I did complete my first partner Pokemon card set. So the 9 starters I now have done, and I'm so happy about that. I love bots. Bots make me so happy. But, we opened up 1 Mega Evolution pack, and then 1 Destined Rivals. Nothing really crazy, but what is that plan? Oh, I'll show you. So this is a quest that you can do, and it's called the Canker, and there's 3 of them. I think it's from like the 6th tome or the 7th tome. One of those. And you have to do it 3 times. You have to harvest it, and then you get like extra blood points for it, or extra challenge for it. And I love to have that. It's like one of the only Survivor tome challenges that I have left. One of the very few I have. But, oh my god, we only have 1 gen done. Holy shit. Okay, I'll do a gen. But I love to add it on in 2v8. Because, I love to have it in 2v8 because usually newer players will play on 2v8 mode, and they haven't seen that Canker before. And I love confusing them. Also, sometimes you can bond with killers over them. So I actually, fun fact, have lived and survived in 2v8 game modes because of that stupid flower. Also, hi Loki. Let me go try to do it. It's fun. Oh my god. I was reading chat! That's so rude! Oh, I don't know how I was so skinny. But she's skinny! Oh, I see the other killer there. Hold on, we're good. Damn it! I wanted that, though. I wanted that so badly. Because wouldn't that have been so dope? It's not stupid if it works. Every time I see one of those, I go, hey, it's Pixel's flower. The Canker with survivors is always a good time as killer. That makes me so happy. Man, I'm trying to read chat. Who just ordered a Space Panda? I just got an email that someone just used my promo code at Space Panda. Are we gonna get high today, chat? Y'all wanna get high? Hi, Uvu! Uvu, happy Wednesday / Thursday, depending on everyone's time zones. Yeah! Yeah! You are so cute, Chef. I keep you forever. Really, Space? No way! Blinker check? Wait, what does that mean? Is that like, what does that mean? Ew. You are making the most gross sounds, David. How is my audio, by the way? Because my game audio... Oh, he's a bot. My game audio was super duper loud when I was like editing my Expedition 33 YouTube video. And I'm like so embarrassed by it. And so I hope the game audio... Oh, actually might be like a little low. Let me go up a little bit. All right. I'm going to put it up... yeah. I think I made it a little bit lower than it needed to be. All right. Let me know what it's like now. Nice and crisp? Oh. Yours is your bong. Oh, that's... Oh, I see. I heard hi. I'm down to... Hi, Akudo Garden. I haven't worked since Wait, what does that mean? Mine's my bong. That's good. Thanks, guys. Alright, we went from 7 gens to 4 gens. That's good. Although one of these killers has shadow, and that's scary as hell. Shabby's on hook. I gotta go sit. Okay, we're good. Otaku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. I get really, like, super duper. Oh, Vato, I understand now. I understand. I wasn't sure if it was like an applying for jobs thing or. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so sorry, love. Elodie! No! Whoa! Oh! What's happening? Oh, okay. Well, he knows where I am now. Where is he? Ah! I found him. I had no clue where the killer was. Wesker better not come on my asshole. I'm gonna be so mad, Birkin. Damn it! What did I say? What did I say? You called your boyfriend. You want Tonek? We get you, Tonek. I actually have been forgetting to look for some. Oh, you know what? There might be one. No, I don't see one. Never mind. Wesker better not what? Come too fast. What is this bot doing? What is this bot doing? What is this bot doing? What is she doing? That's a bot, by the way. Like, on God. Like, I'm not being like, oh, that's a bot, but it's like a real person playing. That's Lara Croft. She's a, like, an AI. Oh, I can come out. Oh! Oh my God. Do you guys know how I told you? Oh my God, if you press the button, you don't get yourself off hook. It says relocate. I just never read it. So you relocate, you don't get yourself off hook. Oh. So you can manually relocate. I see. All right, well, now I'm relocated. That's right. That's right. Winchester and Spades are still alive. I just want to let you guys know that Winchester and Spades are alive to the shock of absolutely nobody. You were locating the hook timer's pause for 30 seconds. Is it really? I didn't know that. That's dope. Because Winchester made a joke, or Leon's Moans made a joke. Oh shit. Leon's Moans made a joke saying, should I join the lobby so that Spades and I get to endgame or something like that? How funny is that? Oh, I was gonna be unboxing. We did Samurai Fudge. We are almost 2 hours into the stream, and for the first hour of stream, oh shit! And for the first hour of stream, we're opening up Pokemon cards. And I was showing off my Pokemon card collection. Chevy. A Pidgey. I'm gonna catch a Pidgey. I do have more Pokemon card packs. I have some more Mega Evolution, Destined Rivals. I have a Journey Together, I think. You don't have to follow. A follow is not necessary. Oh, guys. Okay, how'd that not stun? Are you skinny, Birkin? Birkin so skinny? You're waiting for your boyfriend to come, aren't you? I know. I know how this game works, Birkin. I know how this works. I know how this works. Oh, I'm hindered. Oh, I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm hindered. Oh, look, a Telvet, yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow! Welcome in, welcome in. Wait, did I try to catch the Pokemon? I'm gonna try to catch it. I thought my button worked. I don't remember if I did or not. Yo, GG's, I lasted more than 30 seconds. I'll take it. That was a fun game. No! No, I haven't, like, looked at Magic the Gathering cards since, like, I was, like, 10 years old. Nothing against them, but I never really played that out of elementary school. They have Marvel. I saw that they have Lord of the Rings. Like, Marvel's cool. Like, Marvel's alright, but I'd be in it for Lord of the Rings. GG's! Oh, I did not mean to scream that, but GG's! Because I know that, Marion Pippin... Oh, yeah, they have Baldur's Gate ones, too. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages on chat. Oh, yeah! Okay, I heard of the Final Fantasy. I never played Final Fantasy. And Avatar: The Last Airbender. I did hear about that one. I did hear about that. The Karlach card's so bad. I'm too broke for the amount of cards I want to collect. Yeah, oh my god, Mira. So I mentioned this earlier. That I don't know if I can buy any more Pokemon cards because I checked my, my bank account today. Yikes! I am in so much credit card debt. Yippee. I'm sad because I have a Legolas card. Why would that make you sad? That would make me very happy. And forever be mommy. Real. Real. Clock it! Yeah, we opened up, what? 4 packs of cards? These are my favorite cards from the Destined Rivals pack that we opened earlier. Liepard, Pichu, and Melodic. So cute. Oh, Vato, I love that for you. And they don't have the movie LTR logos. What do they have? And then... Oh, and then this is my favorite from the Mega Evolution. Bulba. Technically, we pulled 2 Bulbasaurs because we have a regular and a reverse holo. Oh, so cute. I think... Sorry, I burped. I think this art is just so pretty. I love it. Hi, Sierra. Sierra, Mike, Charlie. Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Depending on your time zone. Hi, Slasher Bunny. Oh, are you playing Repo today? Everyone say hi, Slasher Bunny. Ooh, mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Oh my god, Mira. I'm gonna try to get that for you. That's for Pitch Black, right? I don't have any of that pre-ordered, though. Oh, cool. Thanks, Sierra. Okay, oi, Vato, you don't have to lie to me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any... Like, I know GameStop was doing, like, crazy pre-orders for that, but I was like... I'm trying to get MSRP, you know what I'm saying? Haku, thank you for the 25 stream streak! You had a few drinks? Oh, hell yeah. I still have this, Old Smoky Moonshine Banana Pudding! To try. Really? Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit easier with that one because it's not as, like, fought over, right? So that's a good idea. Wait, who was the... Oh, it was Bravo Peg with the pierogies. God, I want some pierogies now. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, by the way. I think we could get away with not playing an ad. I love peroxide! I love that you love peroxide!
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones.
Oh my god, I thought Boo was gone. I got so scared. I didn't see him for a second. You are drinking! Slasher Bunny, what the fuck? Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you for the subs to Cosmos, Lily of the Graves, Vestria, Deranged Wolf, and Chubby B! Chubby B who just raided! I think I know what you're gonna say, but do you want pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple? Also, when I load into a game, the camera might freeze a little bit. It's not you, it's me. I swear! And then, should we take a shot? Slasher Bunny, do you want me to take some vodka? Tequila? Malort? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs! Hitchity! Oh, whoa. I'm going to the Malort crawl this weekend with my brother. I'm gonna take so much photos and videos for you guys. It's gonna be like you guys are there with me. Liquor store. Oh, it's not so bad, this game. It's supposed to be, like, devilishly hot and humid. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's supposed to be, like, devilishly hot and humid this weekend when we're going. I'm so happy. I'm so sad. So, I'm going to prison. Shut up, Panda Pants. Alright, so there was not nearly as much lag. Dracula! Oh, there's not nearly as much lag. Thank you so much for that screenshot. That is very funny. Thank you so much for that, Salted Loki. That's very funny. But you're freaking awesome, chat and fellow mods. Y'all rock are so cool. Literally and respectfully, know you. I wasn't sure if he was gonna pull up his power. You know what I'm saying? There's no pallet here. That's weird. Oh my god. Wait, who's the other killer? Talbot! Can I pet that dog? 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 Don't be nice to me, I'm gonna start coming everywhere. I did almost wear that shirt again today, but I really wanted to wear my Ghostface shirt today. Damn it! Thank you so much, Slasher. You were way too kind. Anytime I see anything with Malort or Pickles, I think of you. Oh, man. I saw a Malort TikTok and thought of you. You guys are so funny. No one took a screenshot of this. Don't worry. Shut up. Lily, enjoy your subby. Who is this? Oh, it's a Shappy. Yeah? Oh, no. Keep standing there. Keep standing there. Stand right there. Wait, hold on. Actually... Oh. You guys are just perverts. I have a shirt that says I shave my balls for this. That's so funny. Me too. I'm joking. Chloe! Chloe, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I shave my balls for this. Is so funny. What? A liter of balls? Slippy, no! Do you think this is the Slippy from, like, Star Fox? Double barrel roll. Sierra. Think of the forehead kissy. I want to see it. Yeah, I bet you'd like to see it. Yeah, kill the Sable. Kill the Sable, Talbot. Oh, he knows where I am! Yeah, go for the Sable. Go for her. Yes, good slutty little Talbot. Okay, he's injured, okay. Alright. Don't worry, Talbot, there's no one here. Oh! I got scared because I looked away for a second. I was like, oh god, I'm dead. What did I do? Wait, what did I do? Huh? I'm gonna deny that only because, Vato, I don't want someone to come to chat and think, like, weird things, you know? That's the only reason I'm denying that. Also, Jesky! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Who needs this? No one on our team needs this. Alright. Well, there's a green one right there if anyone needs it. But no one on our team needs it right now. Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure if you guys were waiting to see, like, what Pixel's thoughts were. No problem. Oh, I got cummed on. Okay, don't hit this, Mr. Talbot. Oh, wait, hold on! We can talk about this. We can talk about this. I'm a little nervous, guys. I'm a little nervous. This person knows. Oh, now your boyfriend's here. Oh, God. Yeah, here we go. Damn it! I want to. I was gonna say I want a boyfriend. Wait, no, I don't. No, I don't. That's a lie. That is a lie. Saruman the White has always been our friend and ally. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god. Okay. So, I don't think she's here right now. But I have the bunny for Slasher. I have the cat for Slasher Bunny. And it's a waiter cat. It's a waiter! It's so cute! Oh, I like that a lot. Alright, what are the odds that my green thing is here? What are the odds? Oh, you see it! I figured the waiter would be super cute because, you also are getting me a shot of Malort. Yes! So I thought it was perfect. What, the tunnel? Wait, did you just get tunneled? Oh, or did Mersauer get tunneled? Oh, it does seem like that, right? Because I was hooked once. Spider Lex was hooked once. Slippy was hooked now twice. I don't know. Wasn't really looking. Oh, thank you for that. Yes. Yes, go for them. Go for them. Leave me alone. Ow! Get by that dog. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy! Turn around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and I never go around. Turn around. Your body is trying to dissolve you? What? What did I miss? Oh, Slippy's gonna die. Where's Slippy? Oh my god, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Slippy's gonna die, and Slippy's the one that said good luck, have fun. Oh, Slippy, don't die. Slippy, don't die. Slippy, don't die. Is it Slippy? No, that's not Slippy. Shit. Slippy died. Oh, man. Well, Slippy died on hook. For the record, I was all the way on the other side of the map. Man, poor Slippy. Slippy said good luck, have fun, too. Damn. Sarah! Oh, Sarah, you are so hot. So tall. So talented. And I would like to wife you up. I'm completely sober, by the way. Everyone go tell Sarah how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Are you kidding me? Also, I've been trying to stay up to watch your streams. And I could catch a little bit of them. I'm not gonna lie. I do fall asleep to you. I was on a gen at Woodward Tower, assuming any of the 3 people not on gens. Oh, were there 3 people not on gens? Let me guess. The Michaela, the Jacob. Oh, I don't know who else. I'm blushing. Ooh. Oh, okay, we're good. Ooh, actually. Oh, how hot would that been, though? Oh, how hot would that have been, though? Oh, that would have been so hot. Oh, shit! Oh, that's Michaela. Yeah, get her. She didn't save her friend Slippy. Yeah, she didn't save Slippy. Get her. Oh, I gotta snooze this ad RQ, guys. Yeah, Slippy, or, Michaela let Slippy die. Fuck her. Oh, can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? Oh, I tried. I tried. I tried. Gave it the old college try, guys, alright? What do you want from me? Oh, he's gonna break that too. Okay, then I have time to get away. Yeesh. Except you're already the hottest? Oh, you don't have to lie to me, sweet summer child. You do not have to lie to me. There are 2 people on hook? Oh, but they're the Jacob and the Michaela. Oh, God! Wait a minute. Hey. Oh, he's so patient. Only 1 gen left, though. Oh. That looks like it really hurts, by the way. How the game's been? Alright. I'm having a good time, and that's all that matters. How have you been, Sarah? Oh, I can do this now. I can show you the world, and it means following Sarah. She's so hot and dull and talented, and I wanna make out with her. Sorry. Any lies detected? How are you? I think this is actually still here, so I'm just gonna do this. Yeah! I've done a lot of gens, though. You stunned them both? Shut up. I haven't gotten a stun both in the last 2 iterations, and it makes me sad. And I'm good. Pero, I'd be so much better with... Yum. Yep, okay. That's what I thought. Oh, thank you, whoever did that. I am singing my dreams out loud. How did you know? Oh! That was funny. Whoa! What do you mean? What do you mean? I forgot that you're a Talbot and that you could do that. Sable! Oh! Ew, did you see what my character looked like for a second? That was so funny. Oh, I was gonna try to crouch. This would have been my death hook if I hadn't found that green thing. Yippee! Oh, it's just us left and Spider Woof. Oh, and we're all injured. Oh, that was Shabby that saved me, by the way. Did you see my cousin? That was so funny. Hi, Brad. Oh, Brad, what kind of TikToks are you on right now? I think I just recently got back onto. I haven't. Weirdly enough, I haven't opened TikTok in a while. And I don't really open TikTok that much anymore. But the TikTok that I've been on when I do open it is, of course, like cats and dogs, like all cats, all dogs, and then also Hunger Games. Like I'm on like Hunger Games edited TikToks. I really want to read that book. Or read those books. The Hunger Games books. I really want to read those. Brad. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. These guys are doing really well cooperatively. Because we were doing so well with our, like, only 7 people left. I think we had, like, 4 gens left. And it just kind of, like, all went downhill. Alright, if they're chasing Shabby, I might stick on this gen. Looks so good. The book? Of cleaning ASMR and restock my fridge with me. I've been on both of those TikToks, and I love those both so much. I love cleaning talk. I love restock talk. Oh! What do you mean you don't... You see my aura and you don't go for the window? You freak. Uh-oh. And now your boyfriend's here! Boyfriend! Oh my god. See, they're doing so well doing that cooperatively, you know what I mean? Hatch game? Yeah. It's, I'm guessing it's gonna be Spades and... Oh! Oh, I thought I was gonna hump for a second. But it is Spades. Spades and Shabby can now get Hatch. Restock my fridge. TikTok are so damn satisfying. I could never be that organized. That's actually why I loved filming the restock my G Fuel mini fridge with me. I thought that was like one of my favorite TikToks I've ever filmed, was restock my G Fuel fridge. Oh, like just the sound. Ooh, the ASMR tingly sound. I literally just got shivers right now. It's so nice. GG's. You got out! Oh, the book's so good. I read that as looks so good. I was like, what looks so good? Oh, I have to do my shot. Oh, I forgot to get a shot glass. All right, I have to go pee anyway. So I'm gonna play an ad. I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna go grab a shot glass so I can take my shot of Malort. So I will be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was blood favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. All right, grabbed my Canadian shot glass, eh? My ASMR would be emptying the drink fridge. Me. Same. Be right back, dinner. I only had some dinner. I did have a delightful salad for lunch / dinner. I don't know. Ate it around like 3. Yeah, 3. All right. My lord. And I actually found another bottle. This bottle was back by like where my collection of empty bottles usually are. So. Oh, she's stuck. Oh, there she is. So wait, I have another glitter one. A shrimp kebab. Yum. Holy shit, girl. Hi, Zombie! Zombie, happy Wednesday. I'm gonna drink this really quickly because I'm gonna spill this. Thank you for the 5 gifted zombies! What? Yummy! Oh my God. Zombie, how was your stream? Yum. How was your stream, Zombie Magic? Yes, I did open 4 packs of Pokemon cards today. Also, Zombie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Your Minecraft TikTok and the turtle. Shut up. Oh, Sarah, nothing about you is unattractive. But that's so fun. I'm glad you enjoyed that TikTok. That TikTok was super. Oh, sorry. Hold on. She's lagging. Sorry. Every time I open up this game or the game loads, I start lagging. I'm sorry. We're doing shots. Shots. Hi, Ghoulishly. Oh, Ghoulishly, I got my socks, by the way. I got my socks and my sticker book. Thank you very much. Also, Stellar Bear, do you mind if I open it when I die? Which I'm sure will be shortly. Don't let me forget. Guys, as soon as I die, be like, tarot card, tarot card, tarot card. You had a fun day of Survivor? That makes me so happy. Also, Sarah, thank you for the 5 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes ad-free viewed and your sub badge, sweet angel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, fuck this guy, right? Yes, Dragon Center Plays. I finished my. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream that at you. I finished my first starters. Bitch. All right, someone killed the Lori. All right, Lori sandbags, killer. Nah. I'm joking. I'm so joking. Wait, am I still lagging? Oh wait, someone just said hello and I missed it. Hold on. Jose Esquivel, hello. Sorry, I missed your message. Oh my god. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Yikes. No, Ghoulishly. And I put on one of the socks, like, that same day. Oh, man. Chesky, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. What the hecky? Oh, I'm leaving. Wait. I got kicked out of college. Oh, you know what? You don't have to one-up me. I'm joking. But no, man, that's unfortunate. That's all right. College ain't for everybody. She gives ass smacks too. I asked permission, by the way. I asked permission for those ass smacks. I'm sorry, but when Sarah walks in front of you or just is around you, I'm sorry. I gotta stop because now I have a shot in me. Now I have one Canadian shot in me. So now it's game over essentially. Yo, nice. Holy shamoy. God, I love women. Did you guys know that? I want this unhook. Spades, didn't we just see you run past us? This is not Spades, that's why. Oh, we should run, Love Bug. We should be right here. You're fine. You're fine. Alright, so this is not Spades. You could always smack my ass. You know? I better be able to. Is that like 24/7 permission? Wait! Where are we going? Yeah, chase the Felix. Wait! Wait! Hey. I am so sorry if I missed anyone's messages, though. But Sarah, thank you so much for the resub. That is so doggone sweet of you. I'm making Twitch Mavias 24/7. Yes. Oh, hello, Laurie Strode. No, she was gonna. Did you see that? She was trying to stand back again. Oh, Laurie, I do not trust you. I do not trust this Laurie. I do not trust her at all. Except Son's Mother's Day shopping last week, and he told me he missed my cookie next me today just now and told me that he misses me. That is so cute, though. What's it like being missed? Dragon, literally know you. Wait, okay, so I have a question. Oh my god. Hello, lovely. Who here, like, actively is collecting Pokemon cards? Like, right now, like, is out in the stores, like, looking for Pokemon cards? Just out of curiosity. I would love to know, because I would love to yap with you guys about it. But no, you are? Oh my god. Okay, should we open up another pack after this game? After the tarot pull? Tarot pull first. Ooh, you almost had that, Rin. Get her ass. Get her ass! Brad, thank you so much for the stream streak. Thank you so much, Brad. That is so sweet. You are too, Dragon? Zero luck. I got so lucky at Walgreens yesterday. Damn. I got blocked by the pallet. I think if I was able to back up, I would have gotten it. But I didn't know the pallet was down. I got really lucky at Walgreens yesterday. I was saying this earlier that my brother and I both went to a Walgreens that was like about like 20 minutes away from me, about like 40 minutes away from him. And we met at the Walgreens and they had a whole case each for each of us. A whole case each of tins of like the Darkrai, Sloth, Slack King. Oh, I was trying to get him. All right, I tried. And Tyranitar tins. So it was 2 tins of each and 6 tins in a case. So we both got a case each, and we got our tins and the pickup orders that we had as well. Really, I'm still trying to get the Mega Clefable out of perfect order, like the Mega Clefable, because Clefable's my favorite Pokemon. So I'm trying to get that out of perfect order. And then for Chaos Rising that comes out soon, I have some of that pre-ordered. I'm really hoping to get the Crobat card from that one. Because Dragon is the most Pokemon that I've gotten like ever at one time since like 2020 when I first was collecting. Oh, I missed your message. Hold on. I missed your message. Yeah, well, why my dad and I just happened to walk in at a Walmart restock. Oh, we didn't get any Ascended Rivals ETBs or Destined Rivals ETBs, but oh shit, oh that was awkward. But we were like 5 people behind it, but we just happened to get the restock. It was so cool. Oh, this is awkward. And I was able to get some other tins. at Walmart, but I was so excited to get like something. See, I don't always go out to get them, but I love to get the cards. Yeah, it's so hard now because everyone and their mother is trying to get cards, and then everyone and their mother's like scalping them. Hi, she happens. She happens. Mwah. Ghoulishly. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Did you really? I've only been able to get single packs, like 1 or 2. Most I've gotten is 2 packs. Oh, I see. Out of a vending machine. Oh shit, nipples. That was awkward. But I'm hoping one day I can get lucky at a vending machine. Oh shit, now I'm going down. Oh man. Because, yeah, it's really bad, Dragon. It's really bad. Oh, easy. Oh, Spades, that was so hot. That was all right. That's all right. I was really hoping he would just, like, commit to someone else. That's fine. Marta, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's all right. Everyone's still alive. I'm so jealous, though, Panda Pants. Oh, my God, DoorDash delivery. Yes, we got DoorDash delivery to the door. I'm not going to lie. I want to heal at the door. Do you guys mind? Because I'm Death Hook. I just want to heal at the door. Do you guys mind? Oh, I would have. Oh, Panda Pants, I would have. Really? 5 a.m.? I wonder what's, where you were at that was open at that time. Yes, let me rub your bum. There was talk about the vending machines being taken away at some locations, yeah. It's up to the locations, like, prerogative if they're going to keep the vending machines or not. I think my local Jewel is getting rid of theirs. My local grocery store is getting rid of theirs, but then I think a couple towns over is still keeping theirs. But yeah. GG's! They're literally rooting everything. So we still have Chaos Rising, Pitch Black, and then another one, or another 2, and then the 30th anniversary set. The 30th anniversary set isn't even out yet. Oh my god. Also, Any Opera GX downloaders? Can we get 10 people to download Opera GX today to get to 67 people? Can we do it? Yes, we can! Can we get 10 people to download Opera GX? Remember, if we get to 150 downloads by the end of May, we're giving away a code for Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. Really? Woodman's? Ugh, that's where I get my liquor. Max, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Chloe, I'll do it again. It's free and a really good browser. Thanks, Panda Pants. Yeah, and you know what? Most, like, local card shops are still selling above MSRP, but, like, still below market. So that could be a good place to go. Woo. The Hanged Man. The Hanged Man. Others may not understand the need for sacrifice, but you see things differently as you walk this path alone. Take time to breathe and internalize your choices before making any crucial decisions. Ah, so we had procrastination earlier, and now we have limbo. Interesting. But still, stop procrastinating. But, like, think before you do. Which, I can't relate. Max, what were you playing? Or what were you doing in your stream? 3 hours. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes. I asked for it, didn't? You asked for it, didn't I? Yeah, Stellar Bear, yeah, you did. I'm joking. I want to play as someone else besides Rain. Should we get some Henatu up in here? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Gabriella. Should we bring out the Twitch shirts? Should we bring out the Twitch shirts? I was playing Peak and Repo. Oh, no way! I still have yet to play either of those games. Oh, really? At Costco? You know, I should do that. But I like Woodman's because Woodman's has Malort. Costco doesn't have Malort. Guys, I'm going to open up a pack of Pokemon cards really, really quick. Really quick. Oh, wrong scene. We're going to open up a pack of Journey Together because I really want the Clefairy that's in there. All right, are you guys ready? We're going to speed open this. Pack, all right? You guys ready? Code card for my brother. Energy card for me. All right, we're going to speed open this pack. You guys ready? Journey Together. Let's get this Clefairy. Silicobra. A Fungus Among Us. Oh, I forgot that this lags. Oh no, Fungus. Oh. I forgot that this lags. All right, hold on. Darumaka. No, I bet! Postwick. Cloth. Levincia. Cedric! Pancham. Oh, shite. Hold on. We're in a game. Hold on. Wait. Yo! I get a Mimikyu EX. Yo. Let's go. Oh, my God. Please tell me you guys have seen those TikToks of, like, the girls going, like, I can't make them bounce, but, like, my sister or my friend can. And then their friend comes in, like, off frame, just, like... You guys have seen those TikToks, right? Yo, my tits are huge, guys. All right, I've only had one shot, all right? Chill. Ghoulishly! All right, I'm gonna need somebody to recreate that TikTok with me at TwitchCon. Do you guys think? Do you think someone will recreate that? I need someone with smaller titties to be my little guinea pig. No, I said smaller titties. Did you, Max? Max, you did! Can we get 9 more people to download? Max, thank you so much. I need, or it'd be really funny if it was a guy too. If it was a guy that did it. Who is that? That was strange. Interesting. I'm joking. I'm so joking. That just happened. Oh, I'm so getting down right here, though. Yikes! On that. Man, I got fat shamed at that that hallway. Oh, that's a right panda pants. Yeah. No, I said. No, I'm joking. She's like 5'11". Who's 5'11"? Until she suffocates in them. Oh my god. I would love to be a 5'11" muscle mommy. Like, that's a dream. Alright, so Winchester and I just harmonized our screams. Did you guys hear that? Oh my god, speaking of harmonizing, Loki, I was looking through some of my clips, and I was looking through my featured clips where the one where it says, I ran out of beam, and I go on for like saying that for like 10 seconds straight. Loki, that was such a funny clip. Thank you so much for clipping that, and thank you so much for featuring that. I literally was laughing my ass off because I don't remember saying it for that long. That was so funny. Zarya! Oh, I like that a lot. Favorite Pokemon check? Alright, everyone type your favorite Pokemon in chat right now. And if you guys don't, I'm gonna ban you. Mine's Clefable, then Crobat, then Nidoking, then Alchemy, then... Oh, shite. Oh, someone take a hit for me! Yeah, I didn't think... yeah. I thought that was gonna happen. Snorlax, Umbreon. She probably is, since the last time I saw her. She works at Lowe's and helps at Lumber, is their primary forklift operator, and she does most of the physical labor on my parents' 5 acres, including Bailey Halens. Oh my god. Wow. Muscle mommy. Bulbasaur. Oh, I had the cutest Bulbasaur card earlier. Did you see it? Dragon? Houndoom? Umbreon. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hold on. I had the Bulbasaur from earlier. Here's the Bulbasaur that we pulled earlier. So cute. I love this art for him. We pulled that out of our Mega Evolution pack. Alright, so I'm Deathhook. Thank you. Let's try not to die. Ooh, let's see if we can find a little thing. Yeah. What is he doing still back there? He's still back there. Oh, what? That was weird. Why did he go for me? I like Sylveon because they're trans colors and I'm trans. Oh, I didn't know that, Max. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. You guys didn't miss anything, though. Oh, you want me to heal you, love? Okay. I'm so sorry, Galusha. I'm so sorry. Oh, my bad. I think you know he was in the corner. Oh, the Wesker. How do I get involved? I want to go for that flashlight save, but I'm Deathhook. I don't want to. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You never know in some, like, scenes how people will, like, react to that. Sorry, Sable, but I don't plan on, like, taking a hit for you because I'm Deathhook. And you are not, so... Oh my god, girl. Oh my god. I'm so scared right now. Oh my god, okay. Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. First time mom. That's funny. I never even thought that FTM stood for first time mom. Oh, gotta go, love. Not taking a hit for you. I'm Deathhook. You have no hooks. I don't think I get that. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I didn't think I was gonna get that. Holy, that felt like old flashbangs, you know what I mean? Like the good flashbangs. Yeah, I never heard of FTM first time mom, but yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I love Sylveon. I think Sylveon is such beautiful, like, color scheme. Yo, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Night Mother, how was your stream? Welcome, Eon. Tell us everything about it. Everybody go follow Night Mother and tell Night Mother how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. My daughter's favorite Pokemon is Sylveon. Ugh. Good taste. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, okay. There it is. I'm dead. R.I.P. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, there it is. I knew that was gonna happen, too. I knew that was gonna happen. R.I.P. R.I.P. Everyone told me to go to bed! Oh my god, Night Mother, can you please do me a favor? Can you please go to bed for me, sweet summer child? Can you please go take care of yourself? Please go get your post-stream self-care, which includes, but is not limited to, post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, not means and babies, go eat, go pee, go food, go stretch, go drink. I think I got really unlucky with all 3 of my downs, but that's okay. That's alright. I still had a fun game. I got 750 points in survival. That's unfortunate. But I still had fun. Bravo, Penguin. Everyone say hello to God's favorite princess. Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. What Kyle said. But it was nice. I hope you had such a good stream. Also, welcome in, everybody. My name is PixelxKitten. We're doing some Dead by Daylight 2v8. And I was opening up some Pokemon cards. I opened up some first partner packs. And I ended up finishing my first partner collection. So now I have all 9 of the starters. And we opened up, what, 5 Pokemon packs today? Which is kind of crazy. Sorry, I burped again. We just pulled this, a Mimikyu EX. I think this is actually my first full art Mimikyu. Oh, and Winchester / Leon's Moans, if you can hear me. I actually, oh, did everyone escape? Oh, the spirit left. Do you guys get a spirit bot after I die? No GG's for you. I'm leaving. I'm so mad. I'm so sad about that. So Leon's Moans posted their Pokemon cards in the Pokemon chat. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. You have such dope Pokemon cards. Like, what the fudge? Max, I'm the same way. I have so much credit card debt right now. It's bad! Night Mother, thank you so much, Ray. You are so sweet. Also, for anybody who's here who isn't following, if you guys want, you guys don't have to, but I am 30 followers away from 24,000 followers, so again, you guys don't have to, but if you guys aren't following and you want to, I do have anonymous follows on, so I won't call you out. But I am 30 follows away from 24,000 followers, which would be pretty heckin' cool. Oh, Max, 100%. They've been some really good gems at CVS and Walgreens. He's Whiskers. I saw one of the Neon Dance videos of him once, and that lives really. I haven't seen that. That's so cute. Bravo, yo. That's such a sick milestone. Can you believe it? 24,000 people accidentally clicked follow. Can you believe it? Yippee! Bravo Penguin, how are you doing, sweet summer child? I don't think anyone said hello to Bravo Penguin, so I'm gonna need you guys all to say hello to Bravo Penguin, or else I'm gonna end stream right now. I wish I was joking. 1 million tomorrow? Okay. Okay, Sarah. You guys don't have to lie to me. You don't have to lie. Thanks, Kyle! Thanks, Wes. Kyle, you're my favorite. Thanks, Loki! That's why you're my favorite. Hi, Bravo Sarah. This is why you're my favorite! You know what? Speaking of favorites, where is Jasper? Why is that fat, fluffy fuck not been down here? Oh, but Bush, you've been so nice. Oh, jealous of what? Your Pokemon cards that you posted in the Discord. You have some stunning cards. That Mew card, ugh, I'm a little bit peanut butter and jealous. Super EP by 5 days of work that I'm out of town for my niece's graduation. Somehow finesse 6 days off of work. Shut the front door. Will you be traveling for those whole 6 days? Or is some of it like gratuitous, like just extra in case like you need it? Sorry. You guys don't mind if I eat, right? I'll move the microphone away. Yeah, the Mew card is super cool. The Latias is super dope. I actually forgot what else was there. I forgot what else was there. Oh, the Gardevoir. Oh, and that Umbreon. The Umbreon one. The Rainbow Umbreon. So sick. So cool. I do! I wonder if I have a command for it. P.O. box. I thought I had a command. It is in my bio. Here, let me get it from my bio. Probopass. Ugh, I know exactly which card you're talking about. Ugh, I hate that card. Really? Ugh. Because those are some dope cards. Sorry, it's taking me like 10 minutes to open up my Twitch because my internet sucks. Or my PC sucks. Oh, you see it? Okay, good. Promise? Because I closed it. Carol Stream. Yeah, that's where my P.O. box is. That's why I can't, like, go to my P.O. box often, because it's, like, a couple towns away from me, but I can make the trip if I know if I know something's there. Like Moses sent the horror tapestry to my P.O. box. It just took me, like, what, like 4 days to plan out a visit over there. It's a really nice facility, though. They've always been super nice to me. I'll be driving up Thursday. Graduation's Friday. They'll be heading over to visit some friends Saturday through Tuesday, then heading home. Man, that sounds awesome. I'm so happy for you. Oh my god, Bravo. Please, like, no pressure or rush or anything. Honestly, I forgot that. Oh, sorry, I didn't ready up. I'm sorry. Add now to end game. Oh, that sounds suspicious. Sultan Loki. Loki. Tomorrow's the big day, right? Tomorrow's the day that your package finally arrives, right? Yeah. Is it still popular now, Leon's Moans? I bet it'll come back in popularity if it went down. Not that I know of. Oh, besides cat and dogs. But I don't plan on eating any cats and dogs. I hope you like it. Sorry it took like 6 months. But we got there. I was gonna ask Bravo. Oh, you guys make me sick. In, like, a good way. Oh, I'm making a mess. Oh, I'm making a mess. Oh, really? Yeah. I really bet it'll go up in price. Because 80 sounds super low for that. I'm probably their only business. It is dead when I go there. That's really funny. Yeah, but it's totally dead when I go there. So funny. The last sumo oranges I got went bad, like, the day after I bought them. So I'm like, I'm on a cutie kick right now because it just pissed me off how my sumos, and, like, I handpicked my sumos, so I was pissed off. I was like, what do you mean they're bad? What do you mean? So I was just, like, really salty about it. So I haven't got them again. They go bad so quickly. They do. I get a whole bag for $4.99 though, and I just got some. I got my whole bag yesterday. The last bag of cuties that I got, like, half of them were green. Like, none of them were ripe. And I was like, what the fuck you think? Who the fuck do you think you are sending me a bag of green clementines / cuties, whatever they're called? I was so pissed. And so I only ate, like, half of them, and I threw away the rest of the green ones because they never, like, got ripe. I was like, I'm not gonna eat the green ones. They're so bitter. Whoa, God! I got scared. I'm sorry. Okay. Honeybell oranges? Oh, I've never had a Honeybell. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I was brushing off my finger because I had clementine juice on it. Are you fucking kidding me? You stupid... Kill her! Kill the Lara Croft! Oh, that Lara Croft is dead to me, homies. I hope you know. Dweeb! Dweeb. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, that's what I got. I got the 5-pound bag. 5-pound bag for $5. No, Pixel. Use the green ones to infuse wine or liquor. Yeah, that's way above my pay grade. Oh, really? Okay, so as far as I'm concerned... Oh, is that the TTV too? Okay, well, no tea, no shade. Sorry, TTV, but, Oh! Spades has a special present for me. I know what that means. I know what that means, Spade System. Maria, move your fat ass! Thank you! Oh, you're so hot. Fresh pineapple and tequila? I might have... Okay, so this is awkward. Okay, so this is even more awkward. Okay, I can't get that. Fudge! I'm sorry, Spades. Oh my god, that sucks. But remember, if I see that Lara Croft on hook, I'm not saving her. Just so you know. Alright, I think Spades must be the far away one, I assume. I know! I was just thinking that. I was literally just... Bitch, how the fuck did you know I was there? Bitch! Oh my god, no! Oh my god. Oh, you did get saved. Oh no! Too late. Nope. Damn it, I'm so sorry. Oh, look, it's the Lara Croft! Oh, I really wanted to sandbag her. Damn. Is it coming from me? I can't tell. Do I have any mods available for that chat message? That chat message? That was barely too late. I knew it was too late, too. I knew it was too late. Oh, shit! We got a turn. No, you're so good, Max. I just couldn't get it at the moment. He saw me. That's crazy that he saw me. Okay. Oh, I'm hindered. Oh, I forgot. Oh, milk. Milk me. Oh, no. Wait. Okay, you know what? I was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. How dare you make us work? No, I'm sorry! My hands are all sticky from my cuties. That was a bummer. That was funny, though. Oh! The Lara got hooked! Let her sit there. Let her sit there! No! They got her, damn it. Go wash your hands. I might gonna have to, yeah. Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? You keep getting tag teamed? Well, someone in this chat ought to. Guys, I haven't had sex in like so long. Help me. Okay, don't help me. I'm so sorry. Don't help me. Don't help me! I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm like, whoa! Ladies! We only have one gen done. Yikes! Why do I hear voices in my head? I swear to God, I hear like a male voice in my head. Kyle's such a real one. I thought you were asexual, not a judgment. Yeah, exclamation point asexual. Oh my god, someone please type exclamation point asexual. Please. Oh my god, that's why you did that. I'm a giver, what can I say? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Go watch that clip. Go watch that Panda Pants. And you will learn. Okay. I believe we can win this game. I believe we can win this game. Guys, do you believe we can win this game? Tangosh! Tangosh! Mwah. Think of the forehead QC. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this person was still on hook. You don't think we can win this game? Is that what you're saying? God, my keyboard's getting so sticky from my fingies. Oh, do you want me to follow you? Oh, Ace Visconti, I will follow you to the day I die. I had the wrong link. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, get it, Ace. Yeah, Rootsy, that's why I got the attitude that I did. That's why I had the attitude that I did. Oh, he just came in my face. It's so hot at work right now. It's because you're there. It's 81 degrees in the building. It's so humid. I hate being in Florida sometimes. Yeah, you can double that and give it to the next person as far as I'm concerned. Whoa! Wait, Ace! Help me! Help me! Help me! Oh, I'm coming, Ace. I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, I didn't come. Oi, chamoy. That was funny. I hope you guys saw my reaction to that, because I was like, Panda Pants, I agree. I'm glad we're on the same page. Why do I have so many tabs open? Yuck! Oh, I don't have any deodorant for you. Sorry, lovely. I had some. Oh no, that one Lara Croft is gonna die on hook. So anyways. Oh, someone saved her! I'm getting really mad at this team for being teammates. I'm getting really mad at this team for being helpful. For all, I need you guys to know I'm joking. Oh, where is she? Hold on, can I sandbag her? Can I teach her a lesson? Cause she sandbagged what? Like she sandbagged space? She sandbagged me? So anyway, it started blasting. I got you, Panda. What Lara do? What, she hid in a locker for something for spades. I don't remember what it was, but something like hiding. And then she sandbagged me down a hallway and then didn't take a hit for me. So. It's like, if you're gonna sandbag someone who's injured, you're gonna take a hit for them. You know? Like, that's what you're gonna do. No. Bad girl. That's what you're gonna do. Also, welcome back, Samurai Fudge. That was one of the most random things I've ever seen. Wait, I still remember that guy. Oh, the guy with the, you're not allowed to have sex. Hi, Joker. Joker. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. That was fun. Oh, God. Oh, God. Can I hold him? Oh, get in my slutty little hole, Oni. You think I'm not gonna die? Trying to get you in my slutty little hole? Wait, hold on, chill. Sweet! Oh, man. Get in my hole. Get in my hole! Yeah, that's right. You get in my hole, big boy. Worth it. Thanks, Joker. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you are as well. Thanks, Jacob. As far as I'm concerned, worth it. Sneakers O'Toole! Oh my god, and Peaches. Uh-oh. Guys, this is why we keep dying. Because we have no one doing gens. Oh. I love your slutty little waist, Winchester. Whoa! Watch out! That was funny. Thank you for that. Well, now it's gonna be who can hide the longest, right? Because now it's Sandbagger and then and then Hider. Yeah, he's telling him to get into a locker. He's getting into a locker. Oh, girl. No, we're not teabagging. All right, we're leaving. No, thanks, Spades. I had the best time with you. I forgot the whole counter. Oh, did we have a whole counter? Sounds like something I would have. So wholesome. Oh man, I think we did it facetiously one day because I was holding so many people, and then we just like never did it again or something. Also, any Opera GX enjoyers? We need how many people? Cycle through. We need 9 more people to get to the funny haha number. Can we get to 67 people? Can we get to 67 downloads for Opera GX? Six, seven? Never. And it's well, then we'll have to get 10 more people for that. No, 11 more people. I know math. Keep me up. Ba-bum. I think we should get to 150 so I can give away Resident Evil Requiem. But that's just me. Shadow dreams. Never see you again, and I can't see my way home. Does it go to work for tablets? I'm not sure. Has anyone tested it yet? I'm not sure if anyone's tested it yet. I know it's for PC only, but I'm not sure if tablets have it. I know it's not for mobile. Pronoun check. My pronouns are she and they. Thank you for asking.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
Shut up. That's so funny. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for sharing your pronouns. Also, Kodiak, thank you for the 22 months. That is so funny. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Your ad-free view and add your suppage. Yep. Thank you so much. What the hecky? I like how everyone has like different Twitch badges too. We have the Minecraft, Expedition 33, Arc Raiders, Pokemon. It makes me so happy. She, they, gay. RPD again. Right about that. I like RPD. Kodiak, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Hello, Talita. Let me speak your bum. Thank you, love. God, I'm such a Twitch badgeaholic. That's all 3 genders. That is so funny. Oh, what's this one? This cake one. I've seen this one before. 2023 cake. Oh, it's a ghost face, guys. Oh, and a spitter. Okay. Oh, God. I'm gonna get yoinked off a gen. Okay, he's down there. I can't tell where she is. Oh, she's right there. I'm not gonna take a hit for you. You can take the pallet. I didn't want to take a hit for him. Yeah. Oh, you're such a bitch. I don't want to use the god palette right away. Oh my god. Almost daily before we leave the house for school, and I ask her if I look like a lesbian and if people will be able to tell if I'm gay. Oh yeah, what does your daughter say? I thought her, she's right there. Thank you. Oh my god, my hand smells so good. Oh my god, I forgot that I had cuties. I was like, why do my hands sound so yummy? Ah, I see. Okay, Panda fans. Oh, you know what? I have those exact same stockings that Michaela has, that Michaela's wearing right now. I have those exact same stockings. Fun fact. Ew, what was that sound? Oh, okay. Well, I guess you guys don't need me. Yeah! You guys hear that? It was gross. Should I go and hook this guy? I think we have a lot of people on this side of the map and not a lot of people on that side of the map, so I think I'm gonna make the trek. Because I don't think we have a lot of people over here. Michaela cosplay? I've been thinking about that for like a while. But, oh! Leon's Moans has the same idea. Oh, well, you have to save your sister. I mean, that's canon, right? No, I've never done a Michaela one. I've wanted to. I want to do Talita as well. Talita and Michaela. Jane I've done. I would like to do more Jane. Have you seen the fun? Have you seen how fun Slinger and Ghosty can be together? That is an oxymoron because nothing about Ghostface is fun. No, I have not. Why? I did go against a Death Slinger earlier though. He did not like me. I think it was a Twitch shirt though. He didn't like. Whoops. I'm leaving. Oops, I'm staying. We have 2 people on Death Hook, and we have 1 gen done. These killers are killing. Oh, Slasher Bunny, you're part of the problem, aren't you? You're part of the Slinger Ghostface problem, aren't you? Really? You're just reflecting? That is so funny. I'm sorry. I'm just getting really nervous, Michaela. You understand, right? You understand, right, Michaela? Oh, hi. I know someone who would really want to talk to you, Leon. I know someone who would really want to hear from you. Good to know, Matcha. Oh, hello. Happy to help. Happy to be of assistance. I'm gonna get I think I have full altruism points, I'm not gonna lie. I did do a gen, right? Oh, I have groceries? Oh my god, please put those away, sweet summer child. Oh my god, you guys would be so fudging proud of me. Not only did I do my laundry yesterday, but I folded and put it away. All on the same day. Please, someone tell me that they're proud of me. Please! Because I'm very proud of myself. I didn't do the thing where I put it in the laundry basket, then my bed, then my laundry basket, then my bed, then my laundry basket, my bed for a week straight. I put it away same day that I did my laundry. Any prouders in chat? Thanks, Kyle! Oh, thank you. I had a busy day yesterday, too. I know this, like, sounds stupid, like, to be proud of it. It's like, oh, you did, like, something stupid and easy. It's like, no. It's not. Thanks, oh, fuck me. Yeah, there it is. Damn it. I didn't even have my hands in controller, Ghostface. I fucking hate Ghostface so much. And we have to P100 him too. Oh, I thought I was dead.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
BT
dubs, by the way. Thank you for the 200 bits! My approval killed you. That's alright. I'm used to that. Bitch. Tunneler! Tunneler! Guys, I have the Patrick Star laugh again. Ooh, she's like right behind me as Jade. Yeah, there she is. Damn. I'm gonna get anywhere. Damn. Tunneler! Get me out of this game. Man, I might play some 1v4 instead of 2v8. I might. What do you guys think? Would you guys watch 1v4? I haven't played regular DBD in so long, though. But seriously, Slasher Buddy, think of the 200 bits. What the fudge? Thank you so much. So play whatever you want. It's all Greek to me. I decided the stuff I was really gonna send the package with the Pokemon Sense. I'll send separate because it's warm out and I don't. Oh, see, this is why you're so smart and tall and talented and handsome. I forgot to do my Duolingo. I think I can get away with doing like the first lesson in Duolingo. I think I can get away with doing it right now while we wait. I keep forgetting to do it. I Duolingo before stream. I got in like a really good como se dice schedule with it. And then I forgot again. I love this song so much. Skeleton Sam. Roll like Skeleton Sam. I'm learning Scottish Gaelic. Scottish Gaelic. Not too bad. Not too shabby. There you go. You restart your Spanish streak? Only one, Shabby. Only one. Welcome in, Sith. Strong first message. Also, Benjamin, hello. Have you ever heard the Yoko one song Fly? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Pookie text strong in 2v8. I mean, as it should, right? I mean, it's 2v8, right? Mr. Ware literally know you. Mira, I love you so much. Do you know that? This is what I come back to. Oh, so funny. Also, ads now, no ad in game. Mr. Ware literally know you. Are you? Wait, look at you. You're swapping your badges again. What's this one? This badge is earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to streamer in the Neo 3 category. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Meow, 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 meow. Won't like Skeleton Sam. Making them walk away from a chase. Oh, yeah? Sorry, I had to put that in my chat. Oh, man. Oh, and then I have this one. Mr. Ware!
Hello?
Thank you for giving us sub to Leon's Moans. Thank you so much! Leon's Moans, enjoy your 9 emotes, ad review, and your sub badge. Mr. Ware, you are so hot and tall, talented, handsome. That's so sweet of you. I've got a clip of me making 2 with like 3 times each. No way. And were they both chasing you at the same time, Dweeb? Because that's really impressive. Also, the ads should be done now. Shoni Macaroni. They should be done now. Hey! You're my spirit! Oh, you got me so good. GG's, Shoni Macaroni. Ever say GG's? You didn't scare me as much as the Ghostface did. This Ghostface scared the heck out of me. But GG's. Yeah, it was the Undertale music. W Spirit. GG Spirit. I made a joke about tunneling earlier and it was a joke. Please, please know that that's my humor. Chat, back me up. Chat, cooperate. I literally made a joke. But it was a joke. I need you to know. What if I just stand here the entire game? Do you think the killers would notice that I'm not a mannequin? No, Gaia! Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Ian. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Don't listen to Kyle. Kyle's a troll. I don't know how he got modded. My baby thinks that's the worst ever because how dare I keep her from choking on too many pieces of cheese? Which is this like a baby or like an animal baby? Before? No way! Shoni, that's so funny. I was looking away, like I was reading chat, and I got exposed by Ghostface. Scared the fudge out of me. You know you modded. Oh, you're here. Okay. I was like, I'm not sure because baby can mean like, you know, my baby, but also like my baby. You know what I mean? But now, jeez. That's awesome that you guys just met too. That's so dope. I love DBD. Yeah, stay away from me, Nemesis. I'm gonna have a killer come up behind me and I'm gonna be like, did I say killer? I meant zombie. I'm gonna have a zombie come up. So come on! My hand wasn't even. My hand wasn't even on the controller! That's so unfortunate, love. Someone tell me not to go to 1v4. Someone tell me not to go to 1v4 right now. So Nemesis is my main in 2v8. I've never been able to do that. I've never been able to do that as Nemesis in 2v8. What the fudge? Ooh, this cosmetic is so hot. Girl. Okay, that's fine. Hello. Oh, hello. Rummy bum. Guys, it's just a Wesker. Okay, disables, sandbagging. Sandbagging! Also a joke. I prefer 1v4. I prefer 2v8, but the games have been so... I've only escaped 1 game tonight. 1. Uno. Jesus H. Marion Joseph. I need to find a tonic or something. Ooh. Or Geralt. Geralt of Rivia. Maybe Geralt of Rivia can rub me. Thank you. Thank you, Geralt. Love you as always. Thank you, lovely. Is that a deodorant in your hand, or are you just happy to see me? Take him, not me! Oh, shit. How is he doing this? He's on God hitting every single hit. How is he doing this? If that hit, I would have been like, I'm quitting. I would all F forward. You guys wouldn't have minded, right? You guys would not have minded if I all F forward, right? I would have. I would just press restart on my PC. Shut up. Shut up. Give it to me! Alright, I'm happy. I'm happy. I don't care if I die the rest of the game. I got one. I'm such a complainer. Guys, I'm becoming a survivor main where I complain about everything. I need to find some deodorant though. You know what I'm saying? Oh shite. I get revealed at the worst times, I swear. I really do. I'm so confused. What is your ping? 52? Why do you have such good ping? Who has 24 ping? 24? Where do you guys live? 20? That person lives in behavior. Five gens left. Not bad. We're all like contaminated in some way except for that one stable. Danger Dan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss here. Wow. Oh, I have one. That's my homie. Oh, but you're being chased. Only one person's on a gen. Oh, now two people on a gen. You were in chase, Winchester. You don't count. I might go to second. Their house is on top of the server? Yeah. Their house is the entrance to behavior. Ooh, oh no. I thought they were coming to me. No, they're not. They were just getting chased. Yeah. So that green tonic was for nothing is what I'm being told. Damn. Damn. That's unfortunate. I might go to 1v4 after this. What do you guys think? I might just try it out. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I might just go 1v4 after this. I'm just having no luck in these 2v8 games. It's just been sandbag, 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 and then left on hook, left on hook, left on hook. Yeah, it's just been no fun. And it's really disappointing because 2v8 is my favorite game mode, but I'm having no fun. Like, catch me just going back and opening Pokemon cards the rest of the game. Like, I don't even want to play the rest of it. I don't know. I'm sorry to be like a sour sport, but like, I count how many hours I've been in game time versus how long I've been in lobbies like waiting for the next game. And it's probably about 50-50. It's probably like even. Like I'm sorry like to be like so sour, but like I'm trying to play the game, you know? I'm just having no fun. Yeah. I don't even care. I heard him coming. I could not have cared less about it. It's not the killer's fault, it's not my teammate's fault. I just wanted to go next. Winchester, I'm so sorry. Spades, Winchester, Shabby, thank you so much for playing. I'm gonna play solo for a little bit. I don't blame my teammates though. I'm just not having any fun right now. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, so sweetie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm just gonna go next. I'm so sorry. I'm just not having any fun. Oh man, now I have to think of builds. Oh. Man, see, that's why I love 2v8. You don't have to use your brain. I'm a brainless person. Let's do V. What do I have for you, V? Sure, V. Sure, let's do it. Is it? Oh, do you feel that way too, Leonsmos? It's just, I'm so sorry. Like again, it's nothing against my teammates or the killers or anything. It's just like maybe it's just me. It could just be me because I've been feeling off today. As soon as I woke up on the, like, you know how like you wake up on the wrong side of the bread? Am I streaming? Do you guys, okay, no, okay, we're good. Sorry, my cursor had like the loading thing on it and I thought my PC shut off. What was I gonna say? I think like I just like woke up on the wrong side of the bread today. Thick thigh pussy salad. Flashbang bot. Let me see if I can make that before the game starts. Did I ready up? No, okay, we're good. Flash bond. Oh, okay. Breakout? That's a fun build. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, I'm not wasting my BPS. Not on you plebs. Well, we have flashbang, so let's do a Mede. Let's just do my brown. Cool. Alright, cool! Yeah, sounds good to me. I use the alert. Oh. Sorry, I didn't have enough time for that. I love Panic at the Disco. Do you want a kiss right now, sweetie? Mwah. Man, I feel so bad. I'm sorry, guys. Let's do like a 1v4 refresher or something and see what happens here. Let's see then. Boys and Harlequin girls. Maybe I need more liquor in me. Liquor, I barely knew it. Or we should open up a Pokemon pack. What if I open up a Pokemon pack and I get an SIR? And then my whole day's made. Should I? We can open up a Pokemon pack after next game. What do you guys think? Shut the front door, Panda Pants. When was that? Yes, sweetie, yes. SIR. Oh. Oh, okay, lock in. Lock in. We got a trapper. Lock in. Really? No way. That's awesome. Also, everyone tell Hello Sweetie how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. I love you very much. Mwah. So we have thick thigh, pussy salad, nothing, and Vexivus. No, okay, Lance Mullins. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me, because I'm trying so hard not to be like a pee-pee poo-poo, like Survivor pain, you know what I mean? But it's just like, I'm not having fun today. Like, the survivors are randoms. Or like, you know, like, I don't know, there's, I guess like, it's like, there's no personality, right? Not with the killers. The killers are just, I haven't noticed it, oh, like, the first game of killers, that they were like the most like, ugh, but like, it's no big deal. Like, shit, let the killers do their job of killing, right? Wait! Oh my god, we're not in 2v8 servers. That actually stunned him! Yes! Wow! See, that's refreshing. That was nice. Oh, that was lovely, wasn't it? Oh, that was so nice to see. No, don't hit me! I know, I played that really badly, but don't worry about it. They did my gen. Yippee! He faked it. Smart boy. Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, as soon as I ran away from him faking the pickup, or for the break, I knew it was over for me. July, so 20 years ago? Huge. 2-gen chase? I'm joking, that was a joke. Yeah, you know, I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. And I have a flashbang in my pocket ready. Look at how pretty this cosmetic is. Like, look at how pretty this is. Oh, she's stunning, isn't it? How dare you say that? 20 years later. Look at you changing again. I almost got that hunt one, but I didn't have any money at the time. I literally did not have $6 to spend, and that's so sad. Oh. I can't tell. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I'm really, really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to understand, I just came from 2v8, LOD. You have to understand, I just came from 2v8. I'm a little scared right now. Oh, Elodie, thank you so much, sweet angel face. Thank you. Alright, let's go get my... Bang! Ooh, I dropped like what? Hello? That was quite the delay. I dropped what, 2 payetas during that chase? 2? Yeah, only 2. Which is not bad. Not bad. Could have been worse. I could have dropped more. Let's do a quick check. Okay, there's 1, but it's closed. Oh no, thick thighs, pussy salads on hook! Oh, I forgot I have breakout. Okay, I gotta remember that. Cool. Oh, that's a new one. I don't think I know that one, mister. Where one's that? Where's that one from? Normally I would just click it, but I can't click it right now. Hades too. Oh man. Hi, Canary. I love that emote so much. Did you know that I have a stuffed Totodile upstairs? It's one of the sleeping variants where he's like, he's sleepy. Oh man. Why do you have to ruin all the fun, Evan? Evan! 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 Wait! We can talk about this. Evan. Oh, shit. Alright, that was just my bad. I got stuck. That was 100% my bad. I got stuck. Yeah, I got it from Target. Oh shit, I forgot how to struggle. I love Totodile. I love Totodile. I love Feraligatr. Crocnow's alright. I don't really like his design. I'm not a huge Crocnow fan. My big back self keeps adding crust every time I hear the word stuff tonight. Follow-up question. How many times are we talking about stuffed? And also, stuffed crust? Yeah? That's the only kind of stuffed I want to have. Stuffed. In both sense of the words, you know what I mean? No, I don't want to talk about it. But I'm already having so much more fun in this game than I am just because of that one pallet stun that actually stunned him. And had to bite my tongue. Sarah, don't worry. This is a safe space for you. This is a safe space for all of us. Don't worry. Wait. I could. Yes, he got stunned too! Look. Okay. We run. Does he chase me? No. Alright. Oh, fuck me. Raven, shut up. Raven, shut up. Raven, shut up. Don't say a word. First name Raw or last name Raven. Don't even look at me. Don't even talk to me. Don't even think about me. Actually, you can think about me. You can think about me if you want. But I won't talk about it. Oh! This is so fun. Thanks, guys. Look, it's been a year. I could go for something. Goyle, same. Well, I think it's been longer than a year for me. I would just like to get stuffed. 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 I would just like to get stuffed. Crust. So anyways. I'm gonna walk into a trap. I'm calling it right now. What's up, Stas? Stas, happy Wednesday! A good old stuffed crust, if you know what I mean. And my name's Crust. I'm sorry. I'm just in such a better mood right now. I'm like in such a better mood already. Oh, welcome back, Max. I'm sorry you couldn't fall asleep. I volunteer. I volunteer as tribute. Thanks, guys. I'm sorry I'm in my feels. Staff. Mwah. Think of the floor I can see. The good stuff, stepping into traps. Yeah. You know. You are aware. I'm gonna stay in this gen. Do they mind? Ooh, maybe I should. Oh, they got him. Okay. I feel like I should stay on this gen. No? I feel like that's the right course of action. Is that I stay on this gen. Because I'm all the way on the other side of the map from them. I think it'd be silly for us to, all of us, not be on a gen, right? They're healing. I can go for Vex after this gen. I think that would be my best course of action. Ooh! I'd go with 8. Ooh, okay, that's not so bad. I agree. Every time someone says, I agree, I think of that one. I don't even know what movie it's from, but they're like wolves. I've seen them on like TikTok where he goes, I agree. And they're talking about like a baby or something. And they're talking about how cute the baby is and like they're wolves and like, I agree. It's so cute. I love the animation of it. Oh, they already got him. Cool. Well, I was useful. And by useful, I mean useless. Storks, is that what it's called? I've never heard of that or seen it. I've only seen that clip on the TikTok. Yeah, I'm playing normal because I got so fed up of playing 2v8. Yeah! Yes! Yes! I'm glad that we all have seen that same clip on TikTok. Okay, but storks. So I'm assuming it's a movie about delivering babies to families or something. Surprise me. Don't come for me. I know I'm gonna... Did did I not say that I was gonna fall into a trap? But, I did 2.5 gens, and I got a pallet stun. I don't want to talk about it. Shh. I had so much fun that game. I'll take it. And we went against an Evan. Are you kidding me? GG's. Extra conventional. GG's. Fun game. Alright, but now we can open up a Pokemon card pack. Oh yeah, and that finally goes towards my rank. Which I couldn't care less about, but... Yippee! Alright, we're gonna open up a pack of Phantasmal Flames, because we opened up a pack of Mega Evolution. We opened up a pack, or 2 packs of First Partner. And then we opened up a pack of Destined Rival. So I think it's time for something. Oh, and Journey Together. So this is our last pack to complete all the packs of opening that we've been doing tonight. Okay. Code card. Energy card. Nice. What's this made out of? Metal. Aisha Collar. A Vibrava. I love Flygon. Flygon's one of my favorite Pokemon. Sandile. Swinub. Lotad. I'm calling it. It's gonna get like a Ludicolo or something. Bramblegast. Blowtorch. Call me a torch. Anyways, Krookodile. Crocodile? Whoa! Toge Demaru. And Zacian! Cute. Cute. Did I get an SIR? No. So is it time to kill myself? Yes. Next question. I'm joking. Who want to feed them to me? Max. Don't even get me started. She's demure. You think so? Wait, me? God Pack when? I don't own any Ascended Heroes or Prismatic, so never. Never. But if anybody can get their hands on any Prismatic or Ascended Heroes... Oh! Here's the Mimikyu that I pulled earlier. Isn't she so pretty? Yeah, both those. I know. Thanks, Jazz. Thank you, Angel. I did. She's so cute. She's number 69. Yeah. So I think this is the best card we pulled today. Besides the first starters. The first starters don't count because they're all special. Yeah, it's probably my favorite card we pulled tonight. I'm opening up another pack because I want to feel something. I don't do bad, just EX for Ascended and multiple Pokeballs. Must be nice. I can only get, like, the reject packs, like, perfect order. And drink together. The only packs I can get. I got lucky at Walgreens. These are from my Walgreens tins that I got yesterday. Wow! 67! Mazel tov. Alright, so there's another Phantasmal Flames pack. One and she'll get there. Oh, we got the whole evolution line. Krokorok. Jigglypuff. Where's Panda Monster? Oh, this is such pretty art. I really love this card, actually. Oh, this is so cute, too. I don't think we have this seal. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But all this art is really pretty. What the fudge? Wondrous patch. Okay, I have like a million of those. And by a million. I don't have this one. Grand Bull. Bronzong. Ludicolo. Jigglypuff! And Fleshrum! Gyurgrim? Thank you so much for the raid! Sass, I did call it, didn't I? I'll take it. That Jigglypuff is so cute. Look at him! What's up, Gear? Gear, thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Welcome in. Also, Gear, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you so much, Willie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Should we, like, high five the 6 7s? Oh, like, for your penis twins? Mazel tov. Yes! Gear, should we open up another pack? No, wait! What stream anniversary was it? What were you playing? Tell us everything. Unless you want to rate and run, then, like, ignore me and leave. But, there's no way! And Valorant. Dope. You should. Year 4. Happy heckin' 4 years anniversary, Geargram. Was this like an affiliate anniversary or a streaming anniversary? Tell us more. Tell us everything. Alright, what do you guys think? Should we open Mega Evolution, Phantasmal Flames, or Destined Rivals? What do you guys think? Oh, I'm 5'7". Me too. Destined? Oh yeah, Grim Pick. Let's have Gear Grim Pick. Mega Evo, Destined. What do we think? No way! Oh, Gear, that's dope. That's awesome. Well, happy anniversary. Let me know. What pack should we open? Mega Evolution, Phantasmal Flames, or Destined Rivals? Mega Evo, that's 2 votes. Okay. Wait, hold on. You have some tests myself? Must be nice. Alright, I think we need one more person to vote. Destined Rivals, Phantasmal Flames, or Mega Evolution? I think Mega Evolution's winning right now. I think. Phantaz? Oh, okay. Well, that's a tiebreaker then. Alright, so I don't even know what the chase card... Oh, I think it's like a Charizard, isn't it? I think it's a Charizard in Phantasmal. I think. Oh, I assume maybe a Gengar too. I don't think I've gotten anything like good from Phantasmal yet. Charizard's chase. Okay. Alright, well let's pray to God we get something. Because I've been very disappointed tonight. Psychic. It's gonna be a Charizard. You like that? Oddish. Smirgle. I love Smirgle. Gligar. I love Gligar. Pawmi. You cute. Krookodile. Angie Boy. Fire Breather. Archaludon. Charmander. Oh, a Granbull, but reverse hollow. And toxicity of my city, Guys, I have had the worst luck. I hate that text goes over Charmander's head in English, though. Wait, what? You like that, Mr. Bear? Char! Really, Gear? I've been having, like, the worst luck. I get really good luck off stream. Off stream, I open up all my full arts. All my illustration rares and SI hars. I posted one of them in the Discord yesterday. And then, I don't open anything good on stream. I know I said last pack, but then I got sad because we still haven't pulled anything good. I don't want to talk about it. I have a problem. Sobble. Toxic. Oh, this is Mega Evolutions, by the way, because that one was the next pack that people voted for. This is Mega Evolutions. Stuffle. Gimme Ghoul. Risky Ruins. Houndstone. Tinkaton. Clauncher. Sizzlipede. Xerneas. Now that's a pretty card. That's very pretty. Passion. I hope I get some income so I can order an ETB. My problem isn't ordering, or like, okay. my problem is money, but also my problem is that I can't get any ETBs. I cannot. The only ETBs I can find are perfect order. Guys, so I open last one. You know what? No. If we hit 50 subs by end of the night tonight, open last one. There you go. I don't want to open my last one. I don't want to do it. You guys can't make me. Hi, Dizzy. Dizzy, happy Wednesday/Thursday. You unpack so smoothly? Oh, really? Oh, thanks. I was hoping. I get such, like, card anxiety when I see people, like, opening cards on social media and they're gripping the packs, like, so hard. I'm just like, fucking chill, homie. Like, it's not, no one's gonna take it from you. You're alone in your house. No one's gonna take it from you. Like, chill. So it really does stress me out when people are opening Pokemon cards. Oh, Prismatic. Must be nice. I haven't gotten my hands on a Prismatic. So I'm a little bit peanut butter and jealous, but you know what? Good for you. Did you get anything good? Also, I'm waiting for an ad to play, by the way. When I open it, it looks like I do, but I'm being so gentle with it. There are some people that are like gripping their. You can see like the bend on it. I think it might be like rage bait accounts though. Best Twitch Poke streamer. You were so funny, Dragon. I used to open Pokemon cards all the time. Oh, here, let's do a raid trailer. I know like an ad just started, but I'm pretty sure this raid trailer shows off some Pokemon. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Cause I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. So yeah, that was, I think there's a couple other raid trailers that have Pokemon stuff in there, but that was from Pokemon Celebrations from the 25-year anniversary. That was so dope to pull that card. I think I only pulled one. Never got anything good? I heard that, Dizzy. I hear that people, like, don't get anything good from Prismatic. Hi, Candy! Everyone say, hello, Candy. Also, wait, what clip did you guys reference? So you referenced that Boobies clip? Boobies! That is so funny, Mira. That makes me so happy that people have, like, verbal stems of me. What do you mean? Sarah, don't be nice, Malcolm. What? Also, Candy, mwah, Gear Grim, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, Gear Grim, please get your post-stream self-care. Please get, eat, pee, poo, stash, and drink. Also, if anybody is here and hasn't followed, but wants to follow, or if you don't want to follow, you guys can follow anyway, because it's free. I'm 30 follows away. 30 follows away from 24,000 followers. If you want. Don't have to. I'm playing another game of 1v4. Also, I'm going to use this build again because I really like this build. BG3 in Spade says something about boobies in my music. Boobies, honking tibbies. That is so funny. That makes me so happy. Are you joking? Are you joking? That's so funny. That was awesome. It's only 9:50. It's only 9:50, Jasper. But Candy, I hope you're doing so good. You got a god pack? See, that's... Oh my gosh, this guy's name is Philip J. Fry. That's so funny. I want a Prismatic or a Set of Heroes just to, like, get a chance at a god pack, right? That's awesome. I'm so happy for you, Dizzy. That's so dope. Sarah, chill. Chill. Do you really, Max? Na 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 na. This Nia says, careful, y'all just got done slugging people as killer. Karma has it, we're gonna get a tough one. Bet. I don't know what to say. I'm doing the Zerbs challenge. Ha! Gauntlet. Gauntlet. People are being nice. That's weird. People are being nice. Not in my Dead by Daylight server. What's up, Professor? Oh! Wait, which one of you is going for the gauntlet or Zerb challenge? It's Professor, right? So let you escape is what I'm hearing. Good luck, have fun. Did you really? Dizzy, that's so hot and tall and talented. Oh, you're both doing it. Okay. Well, I'm sure you guys know I'm terrible at this video game, so I will be the ultimate killer distraction for about 5 seconds And then I'll be no help to anybody. Okay, we just played against Trapper, and I'm looking at the ground like this. Oh, fuck me, guys. I'm so bad against Phillips! I'm so bad against them. Stop. Get some help. Whoa! Okay, we got it. I don't know. I gotta go. I gotta go. Ah, fuck. Alright. Guys, let a sister warm up. Flashlight save? I'm joking. It's fate? Okay, well, you know what? I lasted for about 30 seconds, and I think that's about 25 seconds more than normal, so. That's pretty good. Oh my god, it's a Phillip. Oh, I'm so bad against Phillips, guys. That's alright, we'll get there. Oh, no rush, because she's gonna come right back. I'm not ready for it. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll heal myself. I got a tree. Okay, I am so scared right now. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you want to. Only flathead. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh, you want me to come? I'll do anything you say, mistress. Is there a green tonic over here? Oh, want to do this gen? Yeah. Yeah, this gen's good. Alright, Philip J. Fry is... Oh my god, if I missed that skill check, I would have cried. Philip J. Fry is looping like crazy. Like, good little boy. Philip J. Fry. I'll stand this gen, Nia, don't worry. I'm a good little girl, I'll do what I'm told. I might give all these gamers my flashbangs too, because I don't know if I'm going to be any use of them. Although this Philip does seem fun. Oh, fuck me, dude. Nope. Oh, I'm so screwed, though. I was really fortunate that that window was there. Oh, he's on Liam Neeson. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna go back to that gen. Oh, and he gave me his... That's so cute. What was your friend's favorite Pokemon, Dizzy? Okay, he's on Nia. Okay. Would you like me to rub your bum? I have that effect on people, Sarah. That's really funny. Oh, I was like, please don't look. Please don't look. No lookers, right? Okay, thank God. Okay. Oh, thank God. Because that Quentin's a loud boy. Nice! Psyduck is so cute. I pulled a Misty's Lapras the other day, and that was super pretty art. I think we pulled that on stream, right? Oh, Jasper, that was my butt. Stop being weird. Nia's gonna juice to high heaven. I think I'm gonna give one of these guys my flashbang. I don't think I deserve it. Nice. I don't remember where the first gen got done. Well, not that one. Oh. Okay. So it has to be over there, eh? Sign? Would you like a gift, lovely? I gotta find a locker. Oh, Nia, you're so hot. You got so much chase. Oh, it looks so pretty, the Misty Psyduck. Such a pretty card. I think Alan's on that gen where Nia and I were at earlier. Oh, let me scope out this tile really quickly. Okay. What's here? Okay. Yep, I thought so. I thought so, you little shite. No, don't get me! And that's why we scope out our tiles. And that is why. No! No! Girl. It's alright. I don't want to run the tile anymore anyway, actually. Ooh, but I don't know if Shaq... Okay, Shaq does have Paletta still. Hi, Chris! No way, Max. Oh, that's lovely. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm scared. Chris, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. They're doubled up on this gen. I am like 40% on this gen. It's looking pretty good. Nia's a big juicy juicer. I'm pretty confident in this game. Guys, I think 1v4 is where it's at. Perfect. That's actually great she got downed over there. But the thing is, once he hooks, he knows he's going to come right back to this stream. Absolute ground zero. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See you. Went to Kelly with his wife and his daughter to see your parents again. And won money gambling. Money's great. We love money. Let's go gambling. He's gonna come right here, innit? If he's on Liam Neeson, I can... Oh, no. Okay. I understand. Because now you get the pull. I stay on this gen. We do this gen. Guys, I don't want to jinx it. No, I'm not. Shh. Everyone shut up. I'm not saying it. Adrenaline! I got you! Adrenaline! Ah, I knew it! Knew that shit. That's why I didn't want to say it. That's on God why I didn't want to say it, because I knew there was going to be some fucking no-win. Oh, man. Alright. Well, he's going to go and check up on it right away, no? Or is he going to stay by his hook? Okay, they're on a door. Perfect. I'm gonna check main. He's on first stage. Oh, okay, it's up there. He's on first hook too, which is perfect because we can faff about, open a door, get Noed, and get him. Even if he goes to second stage, he'll be fine. Ooh, Nia dying. Not great. That's right. Doors open. I have Noed. I am confident in this. Sucks for Nia though. That's right. As far as I know, she's not doing the challenge. Our two boys are doing the challenge. All right, that's done. He's gonna be making this nice. Nice, nice, nice. I have a flashbang and a dream. Shite. No. I really want to save these boys. You know what I mean? Oh. No! He put his back to it! What a good boy. I hate you. I hate you. I was just rewatching Star Wars. Hayden Christensen, I hate you. You know what I mean? Oh! Oh, I can't heal because of Force Penance. You idiot. Shite. How long? Oh, Force Penance lasts for 84 years. What do you mean? Okay. I think I should get another flashbang or something. I'm going to get another flashbang. Because I'll die for them. I'll die for them. I don't have the challenge I'm doing. Take me! Take me! Take me, take me, take me, take me! Oh, oh, you're so hot. Look at that guy. Look, look, look. Me, take me, take me. Yes, go, go! 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 I'm not doing a challenge! Quentin, no! Quentin, choose life! Go! Get out! I'll take it. I'll take it. Yo, GG's. Oh, more of me, baby. More of me. I know when I'm needed. That dead hard was so hot, though. The game's so much fun, Semet Santa. I hope you're doing so good, Santa. Anakin, let's go. I hate you. You're supposed to bring balance to the Force. GG's. That was fun. So how long does this last for? 80 seconds? I can't even last that long. GG's, Professor GG's, M. Neeson. I'm glad you guys escaped. That makes me so happy. That was so much fun. I feel like I need a cigarette after that. Good luck, guys. Good luck in your gauntlets. Oh, no, Loki. What? Wait, what? Did I say something sus? I don't think I would say something suspicious. Guys, if we hit 50 subs tonight, I'll open up another pack. My last Destined Rivals. I've never said anything suspicious in my life. What do you mean? Should I do another 1v4 or should I try 2v8 again? I'm gonna try 2v8 one more time. Let's see if I have refreshed. Let's see if I've refreshed.
Arise! Arise, riders of Theoden! Spears shall be shaken! Shields shall be splintered! A sword day!
Back out of the slappy. I was waiting for that.
And the sun rises!
I was waiting for that. The K. Whoa! Oh, hi that one, gay cop! You know, you can say hello. Oh, Dizzy, no.
Rise! Rise to ruin! And the world's ending! Death!
Everyone say death in chat right now. Death! One more, one more. Death! Death! Meow, also dead. Cap, hello. Happy Wednesday, my dude. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. To Agi, M. Neeson, H3 Marksman, Santa, Chris, Saucy Plague, Danger Dan, Safari, Hex by Daylight, Game and Hippie, Low Idol TV, Cajun Reaper, Dizzy Play, Stardust, Nocturi, Belly Nest, Night Centurion, Plush, Turtle for the win, Dear Maria, let me in, and Adu the Dragon. Are you shiitake my mushrooms right now? Thank you so much for 20 gifted subs. Let me know if you'd like a cat or a dog. Level 5 hype train. Jesus fudging Christ. I love reading. Kitty! Perfect. Perfect. Also, do we want smoky banana pudding moonshine, Malort, rum, tequila? What is this one? Reposado or tequila blanco? Who just said Malort banana pudding? Mods, ban that man. Mods, ban Dangos over. That sounds disgusting. I would do it though. Let's get the moonshine. All right, I'll do the moonshine. Miro, ban him! What are you doing? All right, and then okay, cool. Let me. Yes, yes. I'll just see myself out. I know what I've done. We're gonna open up a Pokemon pack. Everybody kiss it. Everybody kiss it because I want something good. I have not gotten anything good out of these packs tonight. I want kisses. Everybody kiss. Kiss it. Imagine being too small. Space, aren't you like fun size? I say that as if like I've never met you. You spat on it. So God pack? From a pack that can't get God packs? Mewtwo is in it. Dizzy, if you say that, I'm gonna cream my panties. I'm really hoping that my dad's asleep right now and not watching my stream. Because I've said some really weird things tonight. Sorry, Dad. Oh my God. Okay. Starting off strong. Lugia's in it. I would like that even more. Team Rocket's Ekans. Rallor. I don't even know who that is. Ew. I don't like anything about any of that. Ugh, actually. Mankey. I love Mankey. Team Rocket's Ariana. Smash. We used to do that. Remember I had a channel point back when I used to collect Pokemon cards? I used to have a channel point called Smash or Pass Pokemon Pack. And I would ask chat, would they smash or pass? All right, we gotta start over. Hold on, we're starting over. All right, okay, we're doing smash or pass. All right, everyone has to type. So basically what's, oh my god, I totally forgot we did that. I should bring that back, Rootsy. So we're gonna play smash or pass Pokemon Pack. And you guys just type in chat, would you smash or pass the Pokemon? This is an adult, so this is, I think we get a pass on this. So smash, by the way. Smash, no questions asked. Pass! 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 Boo! No, no, no. Smash. Smash! And I will not be elaborating. Star you? Yeah, smash. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, water? Yeah, I'd like to get wet. Smash. Manic trick? Yeah, I can get down for that. Smash. Smash. Sneasel? Smash. A smash? Smash? Right? Smash? What? Guys, we finally got a good card tonight. I'm so happy. I'm gonna cry. Thanks, Gay Cup. Thanks for everyone who spat and kissed on the card. I did get a Moltres. Last pack magic. Every time. Every time. Yo, this is so dope. It's close to, it's bird adjacent. If you watch Pokemon 2001, it's adjacent. Oh, so cool. Alright, so these are the best cards that we got tonight.
Come on. Give me a nibble.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Mr. Ware. What the fudgies? So these are the best cards that we got tonight. Someone spit on my next box of FF Magic the Gathering cards so I get my boy Cloud. Alright. Let me know when you need us to spit. Hack! Thank you guys so much. Also, thank you guys very much. Level 500! That was awesome. I'm so glad that we finally got something. I'm so happy! Oh! That's so funny. Wait! What did you guys see? Oh, that one's fine. Did you guys see I tweeted this out that there was a new there's a bunch of new hype train emotes for that one chick. I don't mean to put disrespect on her because I don't remember her name, but there's the girl that did like the streamer that did a TED Talk, and she has like a Maya, Maya Higa, right? And so she has a bunch of emotes that she did, or that she did in collaboration with Twitch, and one of the emotes I tweeted it is, it's like it's a frog. It's a frog, but like the frog that has like, you know, like the butt, like the frog butt. You know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like he's got like the butt. And it's that, and I want it so bad, but it's a hype train emote. Georgie the frog. It's so cute. Also, Irish Queen, enjoy the lurky turkey. Not that one. It's called like Georgie something. And it's like he's got like the butt frog. Like, you know, frog butt. That's a level 5 emote? Oh, but because we didn't complete a level 5. Oh. No, it says complete a level 5 77%. Maybe we just, no. Sorry, I burped. Maybe we just didn't get it because I got the serval instead. That's fine. The serval's cute because we love cats. Whatever. I really want the frog. I wonder if they're limited edition. Like, if you only have, like, a limited time to get them. I hope not. Because I want it. Right, voices! And it's so cool. I don't have any sleeves down here. I'm so happy. I got a text to my brother. So pretty. I'm gonna put this over here, actually, because I think it's too close to the edge of the desk that Jasper's gonna try to grab it. No, none of those. But I love this blue frog. Hype Warm. That one's really cute. I want to say that they're unlocked forever. Right? That one go. Watch me breathe. This one leaves dookies for you. Oh, I see it. That's so funny. I never noticed that before. I thought I just had another one. That's why it says a gift for you. I never noticed that, Dagos. I thought it was just a new dog like coming from the background or something. I didn't realize like it pooped. That's really funny actually. Also, speaking of pooping, I have to go pee after this. Should I do shot first, then pee, or should I pee, then shot? What do you guys think? I love this song. Everyone shut up. I really like that axe cat that I did. That was so cute. Wait, you say pee first, then shot? Yes? Timu Golden Kappa is so funny. I thought about like doing like a Golden Kappa, but like a fake one. I'm sure like a bunch of people have done that before. Oh, okay. This seems like the obvious thing to do, right? I don't know if I've done this before. If I have, I haven't done it for this month. Oh, he's so cute! Oh, Jason's so cute. Hello. Oh my god. This is so cute. Plush Chi, enjoy your subby. Oh my god, this is okay. This is so cute. I hope Gay Cop loves it. So we got the gay covered because it's rainbow, right? But it's a cop cat. He's even got a little badge and he's writing you a ticket. And he's got like the sunnies. Oh. But Gay Cop wouldn't write me a ticket, right? I'm joking. He's so cute. I love him. That's a cute cat. I think I've done the badge before, but I've never done the ticket. Alright. Aw. I've made some cute ones. Guys, I'm a fucking artist. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. But I'm speed running? Okay. Okay. Don't be nice to me. I'll come. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go pee. And then we'll have our banana pudding cream moonshine. This is actually kind of perfect that you guys said to go pee first because an ad is about to play in 2 minutes. So I'll just play it now. Yeah, here. Oh, I love this song. Man. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm going to assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I have the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow! No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? An inch. Not an inch. Also, look at Boo. Boo, you're so cute. I love you. Sorry. Also, Jordan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Alright. Banana pudding. And this is the one that Panda Pants recommended I try. Welcome back. Thank you. I need a big, strong lesbian to open this for me. Any takers? Oh my god, wait, hold on. Wait. And Neeson! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh my god, that was so funny. Okay, hold on. I just washed my hands! My hands are wet. Oh, there we go. There we go. I was really worried I wouldn't be able to open that and everyone would make fun of me. Professor, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. But small, weak trans man, I can do it. No, I'm decent. I'm getting embarrassed because I'm like, I like to think I'm a big, strong woman. But my hands were, oh my god, my hands, look at that. My hands were so wet from, I just washed my hands, so I just, one try with the sleeve. What the fuck? Oh, that smells amazing. Oh, well, hopefully it tastes as good as it smells as Payback. I've seen those. Oh, and I hate the comments on those kinds of videos like that, Loki, because everyone's like, what do you mean you can't open a jar by yourself? It's like, people have, like, arthritis, and some people just, like, can't do things on their own. It's like, shut the fuck up. If it's not for you, then don't worry about it. I don't know. People piss me off. Sorry. I've never had, what was this? I've never had banana pudding moonshine before. I had an apple pie moonshine the other day. Oh, I threw the bottle away. Or recycled. I recycle. Yeah, I've never had this one. Your strengths in my legs? Same. I sample some furniture mix I can. Oh, really? What is it like? What's that one store? IKEA furniture. The white chocolate covered strawberry is the best flavor. Wait, really? White chocolate covered strawberry moonshine? And jar. I just read that. It's a TV stand. Oh, cool. All right. Cheers. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. Salud. Wow. Did you guys notice? I didn't, like, shake, quiver, make any, like, reaction like I normally do with alcohol. Oh, that is really good. Oh, man. That's really good. It's only 17% alcohol. So. Oh. That's really good. But, I was going to say it's dangerous, but because it's so thick and creamy. Oh, you can't see I'm lifting my eyebrows. All right, here we go. There you go. Forgot I have bangs. Because it's so thick and creamy, I don't think I could see myself drinking a lot of this. But holy, this tastes so good. Yeah, there's slight alcohol aftertaste. But normally when I take a shot of, like, liqueur, I do, like, a little, ooh, like a little shiver. Here, you know, let's do another one. That was 20 gifted subs. Should we do another one? Did somebody say thick? Oh, Adrian, didn't see you there. Hello. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Oh, what's the name of the drink? It is the Old Smoky Moonshine and banana pudding flavor. Old Smoky Moonshine. I didn't want to get, like, a whole big old bottle and, like, not like it. So I got the minis instead. Oh, fuck, Jameson. Jameson's gross. Hi, Shadow Angel. Shadow Angel, happy Wednesday/Thursday. I know, so I do want to, like, keep the bottle, but, like, cause I'm such, like, a freaking, like, keeper-eeper of stuff. but I'm trying to like not have as much trash around. I know they are. I think I'm actually really proud of myself for recycling the apple pie one from the other day, because I'm that person that would keep this. I'm like, oh, I'd use it for something like crafty, or I just keep it as like a little kitschy thing. It's like, no. Get out of your house, Pixel. Get out of your house. It's gonna be there forever. So I am gonna recycle this. Yeah, shit ton Adri. Okay, so next time I go to the liquor store, I'll take a picture. Did I? Did she? No, I didn't. I did not take a picture. Gosh, it's my first. Oh, chilled. And I guess it's pretty cold in my basement, but no, I did not have it chilled. Oh, that makes sense.
Potatoes and molasses. If you want some, just ask us to warm in socks.
Toad, I have the
Puppies and socks.
biggest fight to pick with you.
Candy rocks. Oh, potatoes and molasses.
I don't want to out you, but I saw something on my things of nice things you did, and I tried to like message you privately, but it won't let me. As like a thank you. What the fudge? Oh, Froggy! We were just talking about that damn frog too. No! You do not get to lurk! Not unless you tell me cat or dog. You can lurk when you tell me cat or dog. This is War's alert, by the way. This is what he picked. That's enough! Thank you for the 68 gifted subs. So anyways, what the fuck was that? What is the emote? Get that out of here. Get that out and in my mouth. I've never seen Garden Wall, but War really loves it. War's one of our mods, and he loves it. And that was the the alert that he wanted on this channel. The insta lurk, yeah. Should I have Malort and Tequila? The virtual love drive-by. Bye, have a beautiful time. Poe! No, Poe. Tell me. Poe, what is it? Talort Tequila? Shut up. Mix it? I actually don't have...
Somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness.
Hell yeah! Stop it, Tinkos! If it's Poe, it's complicated. Poe, thank you for the 110 streak. You posted this word, okay. Adrian, thank you for the 6 gifted subs to Outlaw Chance, Merkernizer, Natasha, keep it real, some bish named Red, Jai Xander, and Glitch Break. I'm sorry I didn't read the 68 people who got gifted sub, but if you guys got gifted sub, enjoy your...
$1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Adri, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple? You guys heard that, right? The dollar thing? I just want to make sure because my audio's been really weird lately. You're so close to 110. Oh my god. That's gonna... You guys gonna stop that. Yes. All of them. You will know what the ice cream treat is. Alright, I'll look at it. My favorite color. It makes sense. $1? I'm about to get wet for less. Alright, let me open up this Discord. It's in food. God, even my burps taste good because of the banana. Oh my god. New ice cream and sherbet. Pixel. Oh, I read Pixel. I'm sorry. I'm aggressively white. I don't know how to pronounce this. Chamoy? Ooh, she's so white. Pickle chamoy sherbet. Oh, I just got shivers from that. That's gross. Hopefully, is that going to be in the Americas? Hopefully not. Pickle sherbet, it's fancy. The beacons of Minas Tirith. Shut up. I get it now. I understand the joke that you're making at my expense. I am that white. That's funny. It does sound gross, Essential Irish Queen. I would 100%. Yeah, that. How do I say that, Mr. Ware? Did I say it wrong? That's the word that I tried to say. Chamoy. I'm fucking white. I am the beacons are lit white. I've never seen it, Poe. I said it right? I dated a Mexican man for 4 years. Of course I said it right. That's true, though. Adri Wonderland. Wait, so how many shots am I taking right now, chat? I don't have a double shot glass, or else I would mix it. I have Pixel Chamoy, and it's actually good. Okay, you don't have to lie to me. Hi, Spooky Dragon. Melanin Challenge. Melanin Challenge. Okay, I was about to say, I'm about to lose that. You are so funny. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna make that Pokemon face again. Because I really, really liked how it turned out on the big cat. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, and then... Okay. Adri, I'm sorry, but you're gonna be picking a fight. Do you mind? I hope you don't mind. Your cat's a little feisty. Is it already out, Poe? What was the name? It is Old Smoky. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Lizard.
O-L-E. Old Smoky. No E in Smoky. So O-L-E, space, Smoky, S-M-O-K-Y, Moonshine. Tennessee Moonshine. And it's banana pudding. Lurking, it's working. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Oh my god.
Lizard.
I said, God, there calls for aid. I still have to catch up. I have to catch up on like 3 weeks of people's snaps. I am so sorry to everyone that I have to catch up on. Adri, your cat's going like, put him up, but she's got like nails because she's a cat. And so, she's just an angry cat. I don't know. She's feisty. Oh, really? Is it a show or is it a movie? You'll see it then? Good. I'm so tempted to just like, click, or just like mark all as red, but I want to watch everything too. Maybe I'll get like high one day and just like watch everyone's snaps because I get so like I'm so stressed. Like I don't get stressed about snaps. I'm stressed by the fact that I'm so behind. Oh, it's a miniseries. I don't get notifications on my phone. I don't. The only thing that I get notifications for is emails. Everything else I have off. Oh, and text messages. Text messages. Camera notifications, like when something moves in like my cameras in my house or outside my house, I get notifications. And then emails. Those are the only things I get notifications for. Everything else I turned off. Yikes. Just because my life is like online, I just know that like my phone would just be blip, 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 the entire time. What's the stitch? Okay. What are we doing? Check Discord? Oh, you did something nice for me again, didn't you? Let me take a shot and then I'll look at Discord. Are we doing Malort or tequila? You naughty little Nelly, you. You should have gone to sleep. Okay, are we doing Malort or Malort or Discord? Malort or tequila? Yeah, of course you'd say tequila. I was saying, wait. Were you guys talking about tequila in your chat last night? Or did I black out? I swear people were talking about tequila in your chat last night. Or I may have gone a little crazy. Hell yeah. Nah, if I had a double shot glass right now, I would. But I don't have. Unless you guys want me to mix it in just one shot. Do both? We definitely. Okay. I couldn't remember. Tequila. You guys want to mix it? You guys are disgusting. Alright, well now I have one more question. Reposado or blanco? Oh, This is gonna be so gross. All right, while you guys are picking that, let me look at what Max did. Oh my god! Look at this like crown/tiara. The B1, the Blanco. Holy. Max, you are so sweet. I feel like I can make a collage of these at this point. You're so cute, Max. What the fudge? Thank you so much. Next person that's being nice to me is gonna get banned. I love it though. Blanco, like, you know what's funny? I have no clue like what Leon's moans looks like, so I have no clue like if I could like boom thwip, throw it back at them. But you look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. Mr. Ware, no you. Either way, I don't think it would be great, man. So what are you saying, Blanco or Reposado? I was thinking the Reposado might mix better with Malort. But I have two Blanco votes and one Reposado. You guys hate me. That's right. Oh, I love like the pretty much like collage that I have now of Max art for me. Alright. I guess I'll pour the Malort first. Oh, and it's gonna be sparkly Malort. Oh, also for anyone who didn't hear, I am going to the Malort crawl this weekend. I'm gonna take as many pictures and videos as I can. Without being like annoying influencer, you know what I mean? I have a light tan in winter. Light tan in winter. Must be nice. Blanco. Oh, love that. I love a good cork. You guys are really gonna make me mix this? Damn, you guys hate me. What's a tan? Yeah, Raven's Canadian. Like, aggressively maple. Oh, I smell it. Yikes. And your natural ginger thoughts and prayers. Oh, speaking of Canada, this is the shot glass that Raven got for me. Aggressively maple. I'm glad. Oh, thanks, Max. Your sparkles, yeah. Alright, that's fine. Thank you for the subs, because I don't know what the fudge happened. Ah! Okay, that's fine. It's fine.
Pix new, 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 pix new.
Thank you for the 38 months, Benny! I muted that shit. You're so... Betty, you gotta do... Pix new. Betty, you gotta do Christmas songs next time. Oh, okay, it's fine. That's awful. Yikes. Oh my god, the aftershocks. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that again. That was disgusting. Whoa! Benny, thank you for the 38 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, add free view, and add your sub badge. That was awful. Oh, the burps. That's bad. I did not like that at all. A maple turmeric latte? Look at me running to the mod chat. You're trolling me, aren't you? No way! Tan. Was that right now? Oh, wait. There's literally a date on there. Very tan. I'm sorry. I should have done that. I'm sorry. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I'll say that for a December resub. But if you want to bother Rootsie, you should do it. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Thank you so much for the 38 months. Okay. What do you guys think? Should we? I'm gonna do a dog for Toad. Because Toad said lurk. You're gonna get a dog. Dogs are out, Toad. Thank you for the 68 subs. What the fuck? I don't know what to say. I still kind of like don't believe it, you know? You know what I mean? Christmas in July! Oh, I just spit everywhere. That's right, you guys liked it. Shut up with your dogs!
Lizard.
Below. Alright, and then I promise I'm gonna start playing again. No, not very well, obviously. But
Lizard.
She's here for a good time, not a long time.
Oh, you have something more private in mind, no?
You want to get
No,
banned?
don't tell me. I'll let my imagination.
You want to get banned? When are we getting a twerking emote? Oh my god, Raven! Do you remember? What? Mira remembers. When I go on my chair, I go like, is this what you want? I should go back and see what stream I did that. Mira, I did it! I did it! I did it, Mom! I did it! I should go back and find the stream that I did that on. Clip that. And then make that emote. Also, Toad, thank you for the 668 bits! I'm gonna put you in the bad kitten corner. Don't fall. I've never fallen ever in my life. Oh, I don't know. If there's a clip of one, that's gonna be even better / faster for me. What do frogs look like? Pronoun check! My pronouns are she and they. Thank you for asking. I blame gravity. I've never fallen ever in my life once. I googled Toad and Toad from Mario Party came up. Like, so stupid. I'm so stupid. Alright. I'm so stupid. Why did I, like, not specify? Okay. Also, spoiler alert for what I'm doing, I guess. Ooh, I just got the itch. Oh, that's so cute. I just got the itch to play, Atlas Trials. Hi, Water! Never. Yeah, but that's a cute Toad. I should have done that. I think I still have time to do that. You know what? Alright, it's gonna be a little... It's fine! It's fine. Play Phasmo? Oh, I gotta reinstall that. Did they have, like, a huge update, though? Nah, I'm committed. I'm committed to this guy. Oh, it's so cursed. This is what you wanted. And by you, I mean me. Oh my god. Oh no, someone get her too, oh god. Oh no, her too much gene. Her too much gene. It's too much in. I'm not gonna lie, this might be the most cursed thing that I've ever drawn, and it's alright. Because we're all gonna hold hands, and we're all gonna be, we're gonna be here together. Oh my god. This might be the most cursed thing that I've ever drawn. Oh no. But you guys made me mix Malort and tequila together, so as far as I'm concerned, you deserve this. You deserve this nightmare fuel. Oh, her too much gene. Okay. I need you to know that I wanted to draw this out of love. So this was the reference photo. Wait, can I make this bigger? So this was the reference photo. It's the same picture. Corporate asks me to find the difference between these two pictures. it's the same picture. Nailed it. Shut up. Hi, Phoenix. No, it's not. It's Tonga. Also, hey Zeus, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Now you saying is that a wiener, guys? Thank you for the 68 subs. I hope you like your frog. Is Into the Unknown? I've heard that from that one lady that makes snow with her hands. Into the Unknown. Oh, it's still looking at me. Elsa, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, of course, Phoenix. Yes. We opened up so many packs. I only got 2 good cards though. Do you want to see? Okay, pretend. Okay, I'm not that drunk. What the fuck? So we got Team Rocket's Moltres and a Mimikyu EX. Only 2 good cards we got. Pretty good cards though, right? We opened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. 7 packs of Pokemon cards and 2 first starters. And I now have a completed first starter illustration set. Let me show you. I know. I'm going to send him a picture. No way! You got into the Black and Pride Guild? Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, Phoenix! Fudge, yeah! I was not that drunk! So now I have all 9 illustrations out of 4 boxes. The only doubles I have are the Rowlet, Litten, and Poplio. I really wanted to get the extra Kanto starters, the Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, because my brother still needs that that set. But we'll see if I can keep trying, but we'll see. Because I checked my bank account yesterday. I am in so much credit card debt. But it's fine. Because you know what? I like Pokemon cards. And Pokemon cards make me happy. So anyways. Guys, don't spend all your money on Pokemon cards. Especially when you don't have money. A whole, wait. They have the cutest Gengar binder at a store. Really? I don't like going to, but it's... Oh, is it Target? Oh, yeah. I'm about to make a trip back to RPD. Really? I'm giving away a copy of Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition if we hit 150 downloads for Opera GX. So, that's my Resident Evil contribution. Also, I know I've been yapping for like 30 minutes. I have to play another ad. It is for Steam only. Yes, I'm so sorry. Oh, Jazzy. I love a little Jazzy. I love a little jazz. We need however many people to download. Needs to release. Love the game so much. Oh, the Leon Must Die or something like that. Yeah, I need 150 people to download. We have 58. We need 150 by the end of May. Alright, add now, no ad in game. Should I do one more shot? Because Adri did gift 5 subs too. 6 subs! There's more too? Oh my god, Wooder. I'm so behind. Guys, should I do one more? Should I wait? 90 people? Huh. No way, is that it? I need to save this. No way you went back to look for that. That is so hot and tall and talented and handsome of you. Oh. Oh, her OBS is acting weird. Uh-oh. OBS, please, help. Oh, alright. Okay. I think we're okay. That was fun. Whatever that was. Thank you. I saved that. Oh, okay. All right, whatever. I'm down for that. Figaro. Should I do a shot after this game? Oh my god, the game just scared the hell out of me. If you guys want to see a shot, Adri, if you're still here, you get like 10 votes. But I have vodka, Pink Whitney, Malort, rum, tequila reposado, and tequila blanco. So let me know what you guys think I should take a shot of. Bye, Max! Max, I hope you're able to get some sleep, because I know 8 o'clock comes pretty soon. So I hope you're able to get some sleep. Thank you so much, Max. Have the best night ever! Oh, I'm in 2v8 again. That's right. Mix both tequilas. Someone else is going to have an opinion, right? Someone else? Anyone else want to vote? Adri, where are you at? You want to use your 10 votes for anything other than that? Oh. Because I'll do it, but I won't feel bad. I won't feel good about it. Remember, there's not a lot that I won't do for money. So, I'll do it. But I'll bitch and moan about it the entire... Okay. But I'll bitch and moan about it the whole time. Oh my god. I can't believe that worked. On God, I cannot believe that worked. I can't. I don't have any more banana pudding. Tequila Fruit Loops? Do you want me to die? We'll call it Tequila. That's funny. Remember, you guys are not allowed to be funnier than the streamer. Message me your funny jokes so I can steal the credit for them. Tequila with Fruit Loops is basically telling me to die. You want me to die. You have some on the walls of the container. That is... That's funny! Okay. No, that could be done. That totally could be done. Also, Trapper, by the way. Then shake it up. Alright. There's a lot of ideas going around. All of them are good and bad at the same time. So what do you guys think? Shake up the Malort bottle. Shake up, oh, I'm sorry, shake up the banana pudding Malort. Or mix the tequilas together. Or tequila and Fruit Loops. Banana Lort, so that's 2 votes banana Malort. Kaylee, they are the forehead kissy. Holy gens, Batman. And by gens, I mean 2 gens. I don't know why I thought we had more. I know how math works. Okay, sweetheart. Let me get you out of there, loaf. Oh, I have a flashlight. I have the Sprint Bursto class. The other one was Malort and Fruit Loops vodka. Oh, are you doing a poll? Yeah. Yeah. The other one is Fruit Loops vodka. Hi, Kaylee. Fruit Kayla. Ah, my eyes! I heard it too. Kaylee, I'm doing okay. I wasn't doing okay. Well, I mean, I was doing fine. Let's be honest here. I was doing fine. I was just like little crybaby pee pee poo poo pants because my games weren't going good. And like that was me. I was crybaby pee pee poo poo pants. And then I went back to some 1v4 games. Guys, vote in the poll! Vote in the poll! Thank you! Thank you so much for making that poll. So I did a couple, like literally 2 1v4 games, and they were both very fun. And now we're back to 2v8. See how the vibes are. Ugh. But besides that, my day's been okay. I feel like I woke up on the wrong side of the bread today. Like, I got annoyed first thing in the morning. Like, whatever, it's fine. But hi, PixelxKitten. Wait, which Kate? Because there are a couple Kates. Oh. Oh, okay. guess what my fiance, what do they call it? Alive by morning. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yo, solo gen? Solo gen? Easy. Easiest solo gen of my life. You're waiting around the Rosie? Yep, that sounds about right. I like that. I might need to know what the poll prediction, or what the poll result is at the end of that. I'm from Sheila. Wait, is that a place? Because I'm dumb. Girl, okay, I was about to say. Girl, heal me too. Thanks. Holy, look how big Meg's butt looks right now. Woo! I got scared. Sorry, I got scared. Tequila's winning? Of course it is. Thanks, love.
I owe you one.
I agree. Man, I wish I had a flashlight. Oh, don't name me anymore. Alright, nobody's hooked right now. Tequila. No trapped. Okay, Lara, I was about to take that. That's fine. That's fine. Because now that's your chase. You're welcome. Any flashlights in these chests? Any fleshers? I don't know. Huge dumpy. Not me! Okay, well that was unfortunate. I didn't know that went for that long. Oh, she got the Yoon Jin too. I didn't even notice that. That's funny. Yeah, I guess if you're there for 3 seconds extra, you get hit there. That's funny. That's fine. I guess it makes sense, but still. Shut on. You have a key, which makes me nervous. You're gonna let us all die. Well, yeah, that's alright. It's alright. Thank you, lovely. Whoa. I'll take that. Only 2 gens left. Okay, is there a trap here? Okay. I got nervous. Okay, hold on. Let's do this really quick. I'm a little scared right now. Somebody try to find out. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I will take that, actually. Whoa! Oh my god, I honest to god thought that was a bad guy. Whoa! That's right. That's right. What? Oh my god, put that wall somewhere else. Put that thing back where you came from, or so help me. Put that thing back where you came from, or so help me. So help me. So help me. Oh, killer there, killer there. We keep running, we keep running. We're just gonna keep running. Oh god! Wait, Banana Lord took the lead just at the end. Serena, put that flashlight in my hand. Alright, so what I have to do is put Malort, okay, in the shot glass, shake it up. Alright. There's a little bit left at the bottom. I have sprint burst. Shut up. I totally forgot. Okay, shut up. I don't mean like shut up. Let's rock. This she's wearing like pajamas, this Tori. I totally forgot I have sprint burst. That's so funny. I never said I was a smart man. I'm just a man. There's a joke there. Alright. Banana Lord. Oh, my lord. No one's on a gen. I know one of the Laras has a key. And I do too, which means it's time to hide because no one else in my team is doing anything. So then neither am I. If you're not, me neither. Woo! No way! No way. She gets rewarded for her selfishness? No way. No way she gets rewarded for her selfishness. I love that for me. Ooh, the Claudette's on a gen. Love that. There's a Payetta here. That's really good. I'll get on this gen. The gen. Oh, and there's 2 people on totems. Okay. Alright. Chopper's coming. Ho-ho! We're leaving! Oh, I forgot! I'm Sprint Burst! I totally forgot. Thank you, Dangos. Thank you. Thank you. How'd you get here so fast? I totally forgot Sprint Burst. Thank you. I saw that too. I saw the Houndover was like, fudge. Hi, Eclipse. Houndour mentioned. Eclipse, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, I just realized I didn't have my mod chat pulled up anymore. Hold on. There she is. Heal me. Oh, wait. Can't I heal myself? I can. Yippee! That stare should be a meme. That's funny. 1, 2, 3, 4 people are alive. And we are all on Death Hook. Oh, girl. Don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. Whatever. Cool as fuck. That's funny. I guess it's time to take a shot. That game wasn't so bad. It was actually pretty par for the course, you know what? Alright, so Dangos gets his banana lort, I suppose. GG's, homies. GG's. GG's! Hi, Astro! Astro, happy Wednesday/Thursday. Oh, wait. The glitter settled. Banana Malort. Yeah, so I already took the banana pudding shot, but now what I'm told to do, because there's like a little like residual banana Malort or banana moonshine, and I'm now told to put a shot of Malort in the bottle of banana moonshine and then shake it up and take a shot of that. Shut up. No, you didn't, Mashal. Ashel, what'd you get? Lily get... Oh, whatever. Oh, that's awesome. Ooh, I think the banana tasted better, for sure. Although I did really like the apple. But the banana is like as Raven said, dangerous. Because I didn't get any shivers or timbers or quivers or anything like that. It just like went down smooth. Here's what she looks like. Creamy Malort, yay! I want to see a picture of your Haxorus. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Oh, that smells so banana. And there's like no banana in here. All I smell is, there's an aftershock of Malort. But I smell a lot of banana. I'm very interested. Oh, yay! Where's your order from? Pokemon Center? Cheers. So this is Adri shot. I'm going to the Malort crawl this weekend, Eclipsed. Yeesh. It smells better than it tastes. Oh my god. Okay. Really? That was awesome. Yeah, I'm going with my brother. That was not as good as it smelled. It smelled a lot better than it tasted. Holy. Woo. Wow. If you mix vodka with your G Fuel, it's a Fuel Loco. I don't think I've ever had a Four Loco. No, voices. Hold on. So this is either my third or my fourth Malort crawl that I'm going to, and they actually make, I know, wait for it, they actually make some like nice tasting or like delicious tasting cocktails with Malort. It's usually with something citrusy, so like something like, typically like something grapefruit or some other sort of citrus. I'll make sure to take lots of pictures and videos, because I've taken like some videos, like I've taken like some Snapchats in the past. I don't think I've ever really like shared them outside like my intimate circle. So I'll take a lot of pictures and videos of all of our cocktails that we take this year. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. The T-shirt that they're giving us this year is like, I went to the 2026 Wrigleyville Malort crawl, and all I got was this T-shirt. That's what it says on the shirt. You def don't want to try Four Loko. Oh really? Oh really? Okay. No, I've never had any Four Loko ever. Here goes Mr. Right. I was hoping we would get this map today. That or Thompson House. Thompson House. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Thompson House is great because I just throw. I keep spitting everywhere, guys. I gotta stop spitting everywhere. Unless you guys like it. I need some Thompson House because I want to throw for the holes. Thanks, Dad. With caffeine. And it stands to reason need an overhaul. Oh, really? They're by inheritance? Dad jokes are inheritance? That's so funny. Alright, Kate Denson and me got this gen down on lock. I keep spitting everywhere. It's bad. Owning. Rin. Got it. Oh, I don't have flashbang yet. Ah, you missed. Bad at the game. I'm joking. That was a joke. Hey, hey, Joe. Joe. Here you go, Tom. Oh! If I just stood right where I was, I would have got there. That's alright. Flashlights? Ah. Motherfucking spin! I'll do it again. I'm so bad against Rins. It's already 11? Chat, do I work out tonight? Trick question. I'm going to anyways. Well, that's pretty. For a little, like, hair clip. That is so pretty. I'm all caught up on shots now, right? I'm hungry. I could always eat, because I fudging love food. You're still a sprinter? Yeah, I couldn't sprint then, because I was still exhausted from the other person sprinting earlier. But thank you, because I'm gonna need that reminder. 4 gens left? What is happening? Is this where we all, like, snowball? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. There it is. They're gonna want to go for me. Because they're gonna want to get someone out of the game. They have 3 gens left. Yeah. I believe I am gonna die, chat. Oh, Rin's gone. You're gone. What the fudge? Oh, Rin's right there, actually. She's right there. I do have sprint burst, though. What? Girl, let me see that kill cam. Because that wasn't just like a fresh sprint burst. That was a whole, like, 3 seconds into my sprint burst, and she still got me. Oh, I forgot because I pulled a flashlight out of the... See, Leon Smells Slayer, you're my favorite. I jumped. I'm just mad. And by mad, I mean sad. Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks, homie. Alright, I don't want to die this game. Do you guys mind? I don't want to die. Oh my god. Oh, it's a Nancy. Ugh. God, give me strength. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Flashbangs are indeed not the class that I have on. See, that's why I keep you around. That's why Lean's Moses mod. And that patrol's Nancy. Nope. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Nope. That spirit likes me too much. I am good. I choose life. Okay, I was about to say, why is this terror radiusing? Get me out of here! Mine! Yes. Give me my points like a good girl. 1 gen left! Holy gen progress, Batman. Just so you know, if I hear that Oni, I'm leaving you. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Michonne is almost done with that gen. We go to the door. Oh, she's still on it. She's still on it. She's still on it. Good girl. Good girl, Michonne. GGM. Good girl, Michonne. Holy... If I escaped, this would be my 2nd game that I've escaped in. 5 hours of streams. Okay, granted, we were opening Pokemon cards for like an hour and a half. But still. I'm gonna go open that box. They better take the hit for me. They better. I am the only one on Death Hook. Whatever. Whoa, okay. Twist my arm. Ow! Oh, shit, nipples. Oh, shit, nipples. No way. Girl! Girl, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Alright, somebody ban this Lara. Wait, did I get it? Oh, I got it! Alright. Actually, Lara, you're fine. But Lara, I was literally sitting there. And this Lara's like, oh, I'm gonna come in. Fuck you, Lara. Good. Fuck you, Lara. What an idiot! I was right there! Unless they didn't see me, but I can't see how they didn't see me. I was right there at the window. That's a W team? Yeah, whatever. Who are you? Who are you? Alright, you can talk, Michonne. I'll allow you to talk. I'll allow you to speak. Oh, thank God, Nancy. I'm joking. Oh my God. I'm being so mean. Guys, I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter. Guys, that was the 2nd game I've escaped all day today. No! Dango, she almost ruined it for... I gotta calm down. She almost ruined it for me, though. I'm putting add now to end game. But it's 5 minutes before an ad, so I have to do it now. Not too shabby, isn't it? Yeah, Twitlocker, 100%, yeah. Oh, this streamer called me an idiot. Who is this? Look at this person. Who is this? Well, they're not sexy chicken. That's Felix. Is this Jeff? Ew, what is this Jeff skin? I need to calm down. This Jeff skin is gross. Ew. The mustache, the mullet. Yeah. I need to calm down. This person said, "Oh no, a TTV." Oh, I'll make it even better. There you go. This person said, "Oh no, a TTV." I don't think they're talking about me though. So I put my Twitch shirt on. Oh god, Gabriel. Oh fuck yeah, Gabriel. Oh fuck yeah. I am in that perfect limbo of shots where I am just like, nothing's gonna break me down, never gonna give you up. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm in that perfect line of shots where I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna set you. Might have voted a lot for Banana Malort. Well, did you see me take it? Did you see me take my Malort? It smelled great, tasted awful. Why are we running? Okay. Don't do that to me, Jeff. I'm sorry, this skin is so gross. I cannot get over how disgusting this entire look is. Felix, why are you bringing the killer right to us? The only gen that's being worked on. And by only gen, I mean one of like 5 gens being worked on, but still. Do you want me to rub your bum? I suppose I shall. Hell yeah. That's funny. What class am I? Oh! Okay, I'm torch bearer. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, methinks. Oh my god, it's Chucky. Oh my god, I just forgot I'm not sprinting. I forgot I'm not sprinting. I pressed F for flashbang. I'm so stupid. Okay. I don't want to talk about it! I didn't know where he was. I just took a gamble. Almost like, if I take this window, he'll jump the window. No, okay. You know what? It's fine. He gets 1 hook on me, and that's it. Right, Talita? So why am I being hooked where both killers are? So, riddle me that, Batman. What is going on here? Oh my god. Hi, Ethan! Liam Smalls, just gonna be started. Oh, streaming effed up. They absolutely need an overhaul. Oh, really? Maybe it's a good thing I've never had a 4 Loco. Oh my god, I thought I heard a Chucky for a second. You know what? I want to get healed. I don't want to do a gen. I want to get healed. I'm scared. Somebody hold me. Is someone here? No one's here. Oh god. Someone hold me. You hold me. I'm gonna unhook you, and then I'm gonna heal you, and then you're gonna heal me, right? Cause I'm scared. But Ejin, happy Wednesday/Thursday. It is almost Thursday for me. What's everyone got planned for the rest of the week? I think I have 1 more shot left in me, and like that, and then that's cap. That's cap. Is that what the cool kids say? See, Ejin gets it. Asian gets it. Why are we running? That's funny! Subnautica 2? Is there really? I've never played the first one. Open water makes me nervous. Oh, Dankos. I would never take screenshots of Jeff's butt. Unless it was Rootsy playing Jeff, then like, of course, yeah, for sure. Whoopsie daisy. I don't get that. Oh, thank God, my natural camouflage let me blend into my surroundings. Thalassophobia and the first. What is that? What is thalassophobia? I'm assuming by using context clues that that's a fear of open water. Ooh, see, it's a cutie patootie. Real. Is Chucky getting knocked over? Oh my God. Just him falling like flat on his back is never not the funniest thing I've ever seen. Okay, a fear of open water. I don't know if I have a phobia of it, but it definitely does make me uncomfortable. It's definitely a preferity to not be in open water. But I wouldn't say that I have a phobia of it. You know what I mean? Oh my God, Chucky. Oh, yeah, this person's going down. Okay, chill on it, Chucky. Yeah, get her ass. Get her ass, Chucky. Yeah, get her ass. Okay, well, I didn't mean it. I was hoping you'd last like a little bit longer because I wanted to get back in this gen, but never mind. No, ooh, I don't think I could ever go on a cruise. 1, children. 2, people. 3, water. I am good on all fronts. And even if it was like a childless cruise, there's just too many people. And not only that, but being trapped with people in open water, there's so many like negativitos. Oh no, water. There's a joke there that I'm not gonna make with you. Wow, I'm not that drunk. Yeah, open water. Yeah, you're fine. Water Tyrese, wonderful. Open water, nah. And they come back with some kind of illness. Yeah. Their illness is being silly enough to go on a cruise in the first place. I'm definitely not drunk enough to make that joke. Oh, there's no window here. Why did I think there was a window there? There's 1 gen left. Holy schmoly. That you have to pay for? Yeah, pass. Oh, does she want heals? I can't tell, Kate. What do you want from us? Everybody look at Talia's booty. Just kidding. Oh my God, we looked at his crotch. Sorry. Sorry, that was his crotch. You have to pay for it. It's so funny. A key! Okay, remember there's a key there, guys. Don't take my key, Jeff. Damn it. Little bitch. He's saying don't open chests, but he just took the key. Alright, I'm gonna open every chest now. I'm gonna open every chest. I'm not gonna do a chat for the rest of the game. Fuck that Jeff specifically. Wait, Jeff, watch this. I'm gonna open every chest from now on. Hold on. Enjoy the rock game song if I'm out to. Oh, is it really? I'm gonna open every single chest that I can because this Jeff just told me not to open chests. I have done like 3 gens this in this game. So as far as I'm concerned, that Jeff could go fuck himself. No, that's right. I'm gonna do every single chest. Every single one. Every single one, Jeffrey. I can't get that. Alright, I'll go get these unhooks though. Oh no, the Jeffrey died. Oh no. I don't know why. I'm such a brat. I hate being told what to do. You know what I mean? Like, I hate being told what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Especially since I'm doing the only gen that no one else was doing. Nah, you don't get to tell me what to do. I'm such a brat, though. It's just us 3 left. Ooh. Who's gonna make it? Who wants to take a bet on if that person is gonna come into chat? Stop opening chests. I think they're gonna come in chat. I strongly think they're gonna open or come to chat. Oh, uh-oh. There it is! Okay, but the thing is, okay, Feeds, I'm not sure if you're the Jeffrey. Wait, no, you're not. You're not the Jeffrey. I've done oh shit. I've done 3 gens! No, there was someone else that was in the lobby though. No, this is someone else in the lobby. Oh, that's the Kate! That's the Kate that we healed like 20 times. But no, I did like 3.5 gens. Y'all can go fuck yourself as far as I'm concerned. Hello, lovely. Yeah, the Kate. Yeah, no, GG's Kate. GG's Kate. I'm waiting for the odd man out to come in the chat. Because they were so mad that I opened a chest. Oh, look at you! Oh, this gen is back to 0. 0. No, GG's Kate. Everyone say GG's to Kate. They were just joking. They were just joking. GG's Kate. GG's. I'm waiting for the Jeffrey with the ugliest cosmetic to come in here. Oh, we leave. We leave. I wonder if this Felix is going for the unhook, though. I hope they are. Yes, they did. Perfect. Oh, fuck! I was... Oh, no! Damn it. Damn! Hiko! What's up, Birdie? Birdie, happy, Is it Thursday for you? GG's. Also, Birdie. Think of the forehead kissy. Damn. I was hoping to outlive them, but I like those guys, so that's alright. Hold on, let's see. Oh, he left! I was hoping for some shit talk. Damn it. That was a fun game, though. GG's. What time is it? 11:25? Early Thursday morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, pup. No, you. No, you. Guys, do we think we should call it? Do you think we should call it? And stream there? Tool time is crazy. I don't mean to brag, but I've escaped twice tonight. I don't mean to brag. But I escaped twice tonight. I got to be a super cutie? What do you mean, pup? You're a cutie every day. What do you mean? I know who you can rate, though. Oh, actually, this person instead. Take my life.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Hey, does anyone know how to get an idiot to say how?
Thank you for the 100 bits, Ginger. I've been drinking, but I'm not that drunk. I don't know if this person's going to still keep streaming, because they're at 12 hours, but they are celebrating their birthday. Hold on, let me put audio on. If I see them ready up, we'll read them. I think they're looking for recommendations to raids. I think they actually might be done. Yeah, alright. Well, it is Gwenny Girl's stream. It is Gwenny Girl's birthday today, so here we'll just give Gwenny a little shout out because we were gonna raid them, but it looks like they're ending stream. There we go. Well, everyone, go tell Gwenny Girl happy birthday because it looks like they are ending stream right now. So we'll raid this other person. Behind. Birdie! Gotta go back to bed. Oh, well, thanks, Ginger. Thank you for not calling me an idiot. Alright, well, they're raiding out. Then we will raid this person who just started stream 10 minutes ago. So we'll raid this person. I need some coffee. Some coffee, you say? Shameless plug for my coffee sponsor? I'm joking. But also, we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid out to Sarah Stria, who is gonna be playing some Dead by Daylight tonight. She is so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome, and you guys are gonna love her. She just started stream. Is it really? Oh, I haven't tried it as a cold brew before. Dude! Meowdy. Still gonna pick a fight with you. But thank you so much. Next person that's nice to me is gonna get banned. Really? Okay, I'll try it. What I used to do in the past is I used to make coffee ice cubes where I'd get one of my ice cube trays and fill it with coffee, freeze those coffee ice cubes, have like a cold coffee, and then put those ice cubes in the coffee. So as it gets colder, it just becomes more coffee-y. You know what I mean? Alright, we're gonna do the raid for Sarah from the bottom of my butt. If you guys disturb my stomach roll, ignore that. From the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out. Sorry that I got so, like, bummed playing Dead by Daylight, but damn, I was not having a good time. But thanks for letting me just chill, open up Pokemon cards. How many packs we opened? We opened 8 or 9 packs of Pokemon cards. And holy shit, yeah, thank you guys for the raids, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties, the raids, the follows, the wallows. We are... Oh, well, 2 people unfollowed me, so we're 32 follows away from 40,000 or 24,000 followers. Thanks for unfollowing me, you assholes! But we have 32 follows away from 24,000 followers. But thank you guys so much for being here. I will see you guys on Friday. They do suck! That's right. But I hope you guys have the best night ever. I'll see you guys on Friday. But, oh, and tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Okay. I love you guys. Bye-bye. Oh, open lobbies on Friday. Open lobbies Friday. Yeah. Have a good night. Love you guys so much.